Yep. You already know what it is when G. Bush done pulled up and we on time today. It's 9 o'clock right on the dot, and people like, dang, you ready to go like that today, G. Bush? Yes, indeed. I am very well ready to go today. Because sometimes what we got to do is sometimes you're going to do a blog that's going to change the trajectory of what the conversation is about moving forward. So if you get an opportunity to watch this show today at 9 o'clock in the morning live, you are in the right place and you're going to get a treat today. We're going to get into a lot of things. And today, the conversation will switch. Today, the conversation will be switching and people are going to say, oh no, we're going to have to pivot on this one. Because what we're going to do today is we're going to elevate. We're going to educate. And actually, on to be truthful, it's going to be some people that's like, oh, I don't know if I could go to that level. You see, sometimes when you doing certain things and you cooking, and you out here and you do blogs or you do whatever you do well. Maybe you're a basketball player, or maybe you're a franchise quarterback, or maybe you just great in business world. Maybe you're a mathematician. Maybe you're one of the greatest writers you feel in your generation. There's one thing that you can always do. There will always be imitators, but there won't be innovators. Sometimes you can go to a level that people can't get to. My coach always told me when I went to college, he said, you know what? Here's the players I want. I want a player that's going to play so hard that either somebody is too lazy to play that hard consistently or they don't have the physical talent to do so. So for me, today, what we plan on doing is elevating and educating. And today, the conversation switch because you ain't going to have no time. When we get done with today, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to figure this out. And some people ain't going to be able to go figure it out. So I want y'all to strap in. I want y'all to lock in. I want y'all to get your thinking caps together. You know what I'm saying? I want people to be dialed into what we talking about today because sometimes we be dialed all in for the emotional stuff. We be dialed into all the emotions, dialed into what people done said. But sometimes you got to elevate to a point where you forget all that behind. We talking about the now, what we doing today. And this is one of them conversations. So we appreciate you. Get locked and loaded. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. This is one of them ones where I need you to be ready to go. Get that coffee together because I usually don't even have to be doing no prep like this. But today, it's important. It all changes after today. It's G. Bush. You're listening to The Barbershop. Welcome on into the Barbershop Saturday morning, and I hope you doing well out there. Shout out to first and foremost. Let's shout out to we got company in the building. We got company. Rosie, can we pull up them 2 new members that pulled up? Can we get them in the building? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Avery Brown Jr., PhD. He already knows what's going on. He's a doctor. He gonna have his stuff logged in today. I ain't got to tell Dr. Brown what to be logged into. He already got his thinking caps on. But who else we got? A new company in the building. Wayne A. Boers, 4818, became a member today. We appreciate you. We appreciate you guys. Welcome. You know how we do. We treat company well. We treat them well. Today, we got a show planned for you, and we talk about it like this. The Cleveland Browns started off with an offseason program. And Todd Monken is setting the tone immediately. He's setting the tone immediately. You will hear from him today on multiple fronts. You will hear what he has to say about quarterbacks. You will hear what he has to say about your playmakers. He actually is getting y'all. He actually getting the rest of these dudes on it together. He actually is bringing that energy today. Like, nah, y'all better stop asking me these stupid questions. So we're going to get to that as well. Coming up later on in the show, this is going to be a good one. Coming up later on, we're going to tell you guys, hey, what's going on? This competition, let me tell you why it's about to be quicker than people think so. It's quicker than a lot of people think. A lot of people think this is going to be drawn out. I got a couple little tidbits and nuggets that I'm going to drop to you. I've been talking to some people behind the scenes. I've been talking to some people on the forefront when it comes to see, this is what I do. See, contrary to popular belief, I didn't talk to people with Deshaun Watson. I didn't talk to people with Shedeur Sanders. I didn't even talk to somebody in the Browns front office. They didn't gave me all the same messaging on something. You ain't, yeah, see, I told you I got some stuff. We're going to let you know exactly what that is coming up as well. So we'll talk about that as well. And then we're going to get to this. You have not because you ask not. All these dudes running around here talking about the Browns is going to be terrible. The Browns are going to be horrible. They're going to be 5 wins. After today, you ain't never going to look at them the same. You ain't never going to look at them the same. And then we're going to get to this. My goodness. We're going to tell you why. When you're listening to folks, ask yourself, do they think airplanes are gods? You're going to want to wait to see that. And by the way, this is the biggest thesis statement. This is the biggest thesis statement. I apologize to the community, but today it stops. I've allowed y'all to come out here and do narrative-based comment. I've allowed you guys to do this narrative-based stuff, and today it ends. It ends. The draft is coming up. It's football. As soon as they hit that grass, it was over for certain people. As soon as they touched that grass, it was different. And I didn't let y'all breathe long enough. I didn't let y'all cook long enough. We done played your games and your charades long enough. And now it stops because we actually going to get to what actually counts. That's what's happening on the field. I was waiting for y'all to tell me what the offenses and X's and O's was looking like, but then I forgot y'all don't know what y'all looking at. So how would I be waiting on y'all for that? I got to deliver it. And today we start with that, with tight ends. We'll let you know what that means coming up here in a moment. But first, let's get to this. We got to get to it. Do I even have this? Do I even have this in here? Let's get to this. As the world turns, like the sands through the hourglass, so are the days of our lives. And as everything that we've talked about doing, we always got to start with the drama. Always got to start with the nonsensical articles. And it's only fair. It's really only fair that we start right here. It's only fun. Every year, if you've been watching me, every single year, we talk about this non-story. Every single year, not only just this year, not only last year, but the year prior, we talk about and have the same conversations over and over and over and over. Let me be clear. This is one of the most non-stories I've ever heard in my life. And it starts right here. Former NFL GM Mike Tannenbaum said he's disappointed in Myles Garrett's offseason decision, noting that his absence sends the wrong message to the Browns as they try to establish a new era under head coach Todd Monken. It's capital S something. Last year, they gave Myles Garrett a record-setting deal. He is their best player by far. You have a rookie head coach in Todd Monken who is trying to establish a program. I'm disappointed he's not there because he could help the team set a tone. This is a new day, a new program. I'm all in. He is sending a message by not being there. So usually I would have all the energy in the world to just debunk this and I would do a whole show on it. But since we actually talk about football, I ain't got no time for this. First and foremost, Aaron Rodgers don't be showing up to nothing all the time. Aaron Rodgers be waiting to the last second to decide if he ever gonna play. He'd be waiting to training camp be about to start, and he'd be like, I don't know if I'm still playing yet. But yet and still, we do this every single year. Tom Brady, we don't know if Tom's gonna play. We don't know what he's gonna do. We don't know how he's gonna do. We gotta wait and see and figure out what's gonna go on. Myles Garrett never comes to off-season programs. Myles Garrett is a freak of nature. Myles Garrett spends just as much money on his body as LeBron James. Myles Garrett is one of the most physically in shape people of all time. And you are right, Mr. Tannenbaum. They did give him a record-setting deal, but you know what he did to come out there and pay that back? He had a record-setting year. All he did is in that year came out and broke the sack record. Oh, by the way, he broke the sack record and was not at no events either. Sound familiar? If it's voluntary, Myles Garrett is the last person you need to be talking about setting the tone. You know how Myles Garrett sets tones? By putting quarterbacks on their backsides. Not by showing up, watching other dudes lift weights. As a matter of fact, they should be seeking him out. I want them to be working out where he is. If they can get half the pass rush moves he got, go ahead over there with Myles Garrett. You ain't got to come back to OTAs either. And second of all, Todd Monken don't need nobody to set no tone. Todd Monken did a great job of doing that on his own. We'll be covering that. But in the world terms, as we always talk about it, we always got to get the prerequisite stories when people to just, you got to find something to talk about. I'm disappointed he's not there because he could help set a tone. No. Again, sir, we got to stop peddling in cliches. What does that even mean? We're going to debunk that today. What does that even mean? Help set a tone. The thing that I got to get tired of is we got to stop talking about these cliches, stop talking about all these mythology. Bro, you guys are speaking in parables and myths. Ain't nothing rooted in no concrete, no information. It's you sitting up there faking it till you make it. I need some real analysis. So, next story, Myles Garrett will be here when he has to be here. And guess what? Newsflash, he's going to be good when he shows up. Just a girl, Joel shouldn't even have a choice to make a decision. By the way, Joe Bitonio, he's trying to figure out whether he want to still play, right? Why ain't you telling me about Joe Bitonio? Because Joe Bitonio is an offensive lineman and he don't generate no clicks. Joe Bitonio, no one's gonna pull your article and say, wow, Joe Bitonio, don't know if he's gonna be here or not. No one really cares about that. We know why you do it, but we just got to get it out the way. Kick rocks. Story number 2. Let's get to this. Now, a lot of people is mad. Jarvis Landry said he gonna start Deshaun Watson. That's not the point. Okay. That's what the competition is about. We'll talk about that later on too. Whatever you want to do. Whoever the best man gonna win. But I'll tell you what I think is gonna happen and already happening. As the world turns, I just want to Jarvis, I think, actually responded. I think he responded. Mary Kay would have very strong words. He called it misinformation. Jarvis, what do you got to say about that? He was on his podcast with Leonard Fournette and Joe Hayden. Let's see what he has to say about that.
Cleveland, I mentioned something about the Stefanski thing and calling plays and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was watching y'all's show.
Yes,
I was watching y'all's show, and now that you're right. Now that you're retired, right? You could say things, from a different perspective. I feel like that was like a weight on me for some years, right? Because like I was carrying things, obviously that happened I'm just in Cleveland, right? That I'm just like, man, damn, like not that I need to say it to share, like to just share, but like it was like a weight on me that like. We didn't keep our team together. As a leader at that time, I didn't speak because I felt like what you just said, like, like I'm carrying the momentum of the team. I don't want to talk, and then y'all take I'm talking about this side, talking about that side, right? Which I love people in the Cleveland media, but some people in Cleveland media, they here for the drama. Yeah, they're here for the turmoil, right? Clickbait stuff.
Yep.
See, it's very, listen, it's very telling that these are guys that were your best players, right? Mr. Johnson, 402, we appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a member, my G. Welcome to the family. It's very telling that your best players coming out and they just don't. You show me one person who has some love for the media around here. One. What you can't think about it. You can't get a Deshaun Watson interview. Y'all called Dylan Gabriel the supercomputer, and y'all can't even get a Dylan Gabriel interview? Let me ask this to y'all. Y'all think it's a coincidence? I'm ready. Put it in the chat. Where are the interviews at? Back in the day, I remember when back in the day when you were a journalist or you were articles, didn't you actually sit down with players? Didn't you used to actually have to actually get in front of a man, ask him some questions? I'm looking at it right now as if questions ain't hitting. I'm confused by this. There's no Jarvis Landry interviews. You don't have Myles Garrett interviews. You don't see none of the quarterbacks are interviewing with you. Why can't you get no players? Why can't you get people to be on the record? Why can't you get, you know why? They don't mess with you. They don't mess with you. When you got TJ Ward who come out and say, these guys been doing this. Baker Mayfield don't mess with y'all. Odell Beckham don't mess with y'all. Jarvis don't really talk to y'all like that. Where are these? Nobody says anything. So when you say I've heard, let me just keep it a buck. When people saying they heard something, that's coming straight from the opposite side. And what that means, there's three sides to a conversation. There's the front office conversation. There is the agents and players' agents conversation. Then there is the coaching staff conversation. And then there's actually also the player conversation. I'd say two or three. It's actually four. And then the fifth one, which is the least reliable out of all those, is what I'm hearing around the league. Because you can't even say whether you got that from inside the building or the scouting or the coaching. You say around the league. Why do I care about what the Jets think about the Cleveland Browns? That is a linguistic trick, because they understand that they don't have no access to these players, and these folks ain't talking to them. So what do you got to say? I'm hearing people from around the league. What does the Saints have to do with the Arizona Cardinals? Zero. So basically, they just said it without saying it. They know there's no interviews because it doesn't suit the narrative. Hey, let's keep it real. Shout out to Cam and Daniel. I like them too. By the way, Daniel getting scoops now. Hey. Shout out to Daniel. Hey. Behind the scenes, he's moving up the ranks. I hate to say it to you folks. Daniel and Cam is moving up. Daniel moving up. I'm just saying they're getting scoops now. He done dropped some very interesting tidbits. Y'all gonna be mad today, because it's gonna be real scientific. It's real scientific. Let's get to this. So now you have the requisite conversation about the nonsense. And as we talk about the nonsense, one thing that we know about is that Todd Monken is not coming here to play around with y'all. And Todd Monken had a lot of certain things to say. And I think he did a spectacular job of coming in, setting the tone. And the tone off bat. Was, I ain't got no time for y'all. You think I care about what y'all talking about? I love the fact that he getting people together early. If you thought you was going to start that up. See, my mom always used to tell me, tone is a funny thing. When I used to go to class, because we're going to be doing some educational stuff today, she said, listen, I used to have a problem with we was doing intuitive calculus. And I got to a point, I was in this class, and it was funny because I used to always laugh to people and tell them, Man, it got to a point where I was not only the only American in these class, I was the only black person in the class, the only American in the class, and it was a bunch of foreign students. And they was in there cooking. And I was telling my mom, like, bro, these dudes just got the answer before they start. How is it that they be knowing this, right? And everybody listen, when you start to get in higher levels of math, you stop even seeing numbers. It's just letters. You're like, I didn't know I was in alphabets 101. You got all kind of hieroglyphic symbols over the top of a bar with numbers, gamma, beta, from 0 to an infinity. You're like, bro, is we Buzz Lightyear? I'm looking around like, bro, where's the real math? She said, listen, let me tell you something. Here's how you win that. Don't go back and sit in the back of the class. Don't be in the middle of the class. I'm going to tell you what you need to do. You need to go up in there. You need to look around, and you need to find you some friends. Say, what? Mom, they don't, what do you mean, find you some friends? They don't even be in there. They don't even be in there hanging out. Like they don't hang out where I hang out. I go out on the weekends. What are you talking about? I wear J's and I got fits on. I listen to rap music. These folks that we ain't got nothing in common. He said, you always got something in common with somebody. He said, believe it or not, use that to your advantage. Instead of you looking like the sore thumb sticking out, why don't you go lean into it and say, hey, I do play football. Hey, I am kind of popular. But hey, man, I'm a regular person like you. Go hang out with them. Go hang out. Go get in one of their study groups. He's like, what you'll find is they'll admire you because they do understand that you live a different life. And yes, you do. You are on a big platform or you do play football. And they'll help you. And I said, okay. So what I did is I would go and I would sit in the front of the room and I would meet these different individuals, whether they were from India or Asia or Japan or Africa or Sri Lanka or wherever it was. And I would sit and we would engage. We would talk culture. We would talk everything. And what I realized was that you did have more in common with people than you really thought. And you know what they did? They respected me because I didn't look at it as I was better than them and I was just trying to survive. I was actually trying to learn. The second thing she told me to do was go meet with your professor during office hours. She said that's where it's won or lost. Because if you go to enough office hours, just don't go once or twice. Now, let me just let y'all know. My mother graduated magna cum laude. She graduated the top in her class at Kent State. She went back to school. When I was in high school, went back to college. Got 3 department awards, National Honor Society, Dean's List. So she telling me, and I'm like, man, I'm cool. I'm smart. I ain't like you though. She said, when you go to them professors' office hours, sit right and go talk to them. Don't come once because they're going to think you just trying to be in there venting and being mad. Don't come twice because then they're just thinking you scared you're going to fail. But when you go, you keep showing up to them office hours. And pretty soon what they'll understand is you sit in the front of the class, you interact with your classmates, you're interested in learning, and you're interested in not just surviving, but excelling. That person will tell you. They'll basically give you what's on the test. They'll give you what's on the test because you've shown the effort. That's half the battle. I ain't gonna lie. I took that piece of advice, and it's the only reason I passed some of these advanced math classes. The only reason. But the crazy part about it is I didn't really use those math classes because I do this for a living. But the lesson still stands true. Always understand, first in, understand to get it, understand how you need to talk to the coach, understand how you need, and by the way, I didn't know whether or not you was talking about Shedeur Sanders or myself. You see, because Shedeur Sanders actually did the same thing my mom was telling me to do. Make sure you indoctrinate yourself with your teammates. Make sure when the new linemen come on in here, you understand who talking to who. You get them together. You learn about them. Understand, hey, I need to be in with the coach. Here go this horse head. The reason they keep talking about the horse head is because he ain't supposed to know how to play the game. See, that's the stuff that they do. And that triggered and signal, oh, this dude ain't no dummy. Oh, this dude not a fool. Why you think they keep mentioning that stupid horse head? Because they know, well, this is the kind of energy what it looks like when we choose the people that we want. See, the job and the promotions aren't on the cubicle. The job and the promotion is not from 9 to 5 in your cubicle. The job and the promotions are to be had on the golf course, at the mixer event, at the baby showers, at the games on Saturday. That's where the promotions are. Can you walk, talk, sleep? Do you understand the game? Because it's not whether or not I think you can do the job. Everybody in an organization can do the job because you're at that level. But can I trust you? Do we see eye to eye? Do we got the same vision? Can I trust you not to say certain things if I tell you? See, that's where the promotion happens. Off the field. Yeah, I just gave y'all something. Hey, listen, that was all. Listen, I was just giving you that. I wasn't even going to get to it. I wasn't even talking about that. Let's talk about this. Let's get to what Todd Monken said and how he's getting these folks together early. He's getting them together early.
Fan when he came.
Nope, let me see.
Got into for sure.
Nope, let me see.
I really don't give a shit. I mean,
oh, here we go. That's the one I wanted. Talk your stuff, Todd Monken. Yeah, you ain't getting you ain't dealing with no Ivy Leaguer today. You not dealing with the slick. I'm gonna never tell you anything. I ask you a question about what today is. You know it's Saturday, but you say, I can't neither confirm or deny that today is Saturday because somewhere in the world it's actually either Friday or Sunday. What you say? Stop asking me about these dumb questions. Todd Monken, hey, this how you know. This is a lack of preparation. This is a lack of preparation and a lack of detailed thinking and actually trying to remember what I told you about the school setting and when you go to office hours, what it shows you is you're not just trying to survive, you're actually trying to excel and get something out of the exercise. These exercises with Todd Monken, I'm going to show you how futile they are and how they're trying to get you with this I got you stuff. But y'all got to come stronger. Talk to him, Todd. Talk to him.
Oh, I really don't give a shit. I mean, it had nothing to do with me. I mean, they moved the meeting. I didn't miss it. I was just trying to get a sweet haircut. I mean, that's what I was trying to do. And then they moved the meeting. Now, you can blame that I should have been at the meeting when they moved it up and my ass would have known that's when it was. Yeah, okay, I got you. And was it disappointing? Bet your ass it was disappointing. I waited my whole life to be a head coach. I'm not in the head coach's picture. You'd think with AI they could have done that quickly and got me in there. But no, it's the way it is. It'll be under the bridge, and what'll matter most is how we move from here and do we win or not. That ultimately, none of that will matter.
The reason I asked is that there's this perception around the Browns, like, what can go wrong, will go wrong. People always read the worst into what happens here. How can you guys change that perception?
Winning. Well, what changes everything, right? The winning changes everything.
Remind you, this is a layered conversation. This is a layered conversation. Dial in. Remember what I'm talking about. We're going to come back to this. Log this away. Perception. He said there's a perception with the Browns that anything can and will go wrong. There's a perception of that. How can you change that? I'm going to show you that perception is already flawed thinking. I'm going to show you and prove to you that your misconceptions based on what you are seeing as a layman set you up for failure. Okay, let's continue on. Let me see what it says. Facts. I was terrible, had a terrible time with physics. I couldn't pass all kinds. Oh, biology. When they hit you with them BIOS 170 at OU, when they hit you with them, boy, oh my goodness. All kinds of biology. Boy, I'd be having nightmares. You ever have a nightmare? Shout out to all my college graduates. You ever have you ever have one of them days where you wake up and you back in that hall, wherever you is, the big hall, wherever you at, every college got one of them halls, and you're walking in there and it's a 9 o'clock class. That means you got to get up at 7 and you got to, it's front row and center. And you know, it's crazy. Wasn't no chat GPT back in the day. Back in the day when you used to go to these classes, bro, they tell you, hey, listen, especially if you was doing anything like finance, accounting, economics, you was architecture, engineering. When you go to them classes, they make you turn that scrap paper in. They gonna make you turn that scrap paper in, homie. You got to show your work over here. Sir, there is plenty of times where I done got to the test and just said, I wrote in big letters, I'll see you next year. See you next quarter. This is a 2-time job. But Todd, you see how he cuts all through that BS. You see how he cut through all that nonsense. Keep talking. I'm gonna bring it back. My bad. I'm sorry, folks. Here we go.
Oh, I really don't give a shit. I mean, it had nothing to do with me. I mean, they moved the meeting. I didn't miss it. I was just trying to get a sweet haircut. I mean, that's what I was trying to do. And then they moved the meeting. Now, you can blame that I should have been at the meeting when they moved it up and my ass would have known that's when it was. Yeah, okay, I got you. And was it disappointing? Bet your ass it was disappointing. I waited my whole life to be a head coach. I'm not in the head coach's picture. You'd think with AI they could have done that quickly and got me in there. But no, it's the way it is. It'll be under the bridge, and what'll matter most is how we move from here and do we win or not. That ultimately, none of that will matter.
The reason I asked is that there's this perception around the Browns, like, what can go wrong, will go wrong. People always read the worst into what happens here. How can you guys change that perception?
Winning. Well, what changes everything, right? Winning changes everything, right? I told the coaches that the other day, right? Or playing well. How does a player stop a narrative? Play well. How do we stop a narrative on offense? Score. How do you stop a narrative of winning? Win. It's pretty freaking simple, right? I mean, is that not in life in general, right? There is a narrative out there that, you're not a good husband. Well, change, be a good husband, right? All that's part of it, right? Change the narrative, become that. That's what we have to do. It's real simple.
That's tough. That is tough. That is, boy, y'all gonna have a long year. You thought I was playing when I said I had to get up early for this. Prentice Premier, a symbolism of a porcelain horse head, power and status, often used to signify nobility, wealth, and strength. Iron shall sharpen iron. Y'all in for it this year. Y'all not ready for somebody being a straight shooter like that. He talking spicy. Habanero, he talking. I don't give him no care. I don't care about no doggone haircut. They moved the meeting. That's on them. And you think I care about being in the team picture? I care about hoisting that trophy. How do you change perception? Win. That's how you change perception in anything. If you want to be something else, you got to put the work in to be better, to know better. It's a lot of cats that be asking around and doing this type of stuff that don't really be hard on themselves. It's a lot of people who think they hard on themselves, but they're not. They're not. Yesterday, I was looking around. I've been doing a lot of videos. I've been moving. I got this over here. I got to do this Bleacher Report stuff. I'm doing members only stuff. And, I started to feel sorry for myself. I had to feel sorry for myself. Oh, man, you're tired. You went to the gym 2 days in a row. I mean, you can skip the Friday. I mean, you can lay in and get ready for your show tomorrow, Saturday. I said, nope, under no circumstances. Body, you will do what I say do. See, we got to stop. Every time it get a little difficult, every time it get a little tough, you just give yourself an out card. No, you need to tell yourself, shut up and let's get it done. I told myself, stop being on the internet buying all kind of fly stuff. If you on the internet buying fly stuff, if you ain't putting in no work, if you don't do your shows this week, you ain't getting no fly stuff. I had to talk to myself like I was my own parent. Nope. If you ain't on that treadmill getting at least 1,000, you ain't getting no more fly stuff. That's the prerequisite. That's what we doing. See, a lot of people don't be hard on themselves. I like what he said. You want to be a better husband? If the perception is you a bad husband, be a better husband. I said, dang, he cooking. This one hurt him too. But not only is he tearing it down, he's giving you what we talk about. He's talking about the competition. See, the thing about the Browns is we've been told and continue to tell people that the only competition that matters is the quarterback one, because that's the only thing you care about. It's evident. I can't get a conversation. Well, that changes today. Well, I can't get a conversation about nothing else except for the competition. He made it be known that the competition starts everywhere, and it starts with the tone setting that he's doing right now.
Oh, I think like almost every position on your team is going to be a heated battle. Every year is a new year. I mean, it resets every year. I don't care where you are. Whether it's your offensive and defensive systems, whether it's players, you have to reset in the off season. So there's heated competition everywhere. From a quarterback's perspective, it's a little bit more difficult just because their number one job is to get us in the end zone. And that's a little bit harder to really drill down.
Talk that playmaker stuff. Talk that playmaker stuff. You notice he ain't saying nothing about no EPA. Notice he ain't saying nothing about the quarterback in 27. He said his job is to get us in the doggone end zone. This is a football coach. You had a coach before that was an analytics Palm Pilot calculator guy masquerading as a head coach. You got a real football coach. And I should know because I didn't been under hundreds of coaches from the time I was little to the time I got older, and still in contact with old football coaches. So when you talk to him, this is Cleveland, get ready. This is a football coach. And what he's telling you is all of that cool, cute little analytics stuff, that ain't going to hit the same when I'm talking that real talk. See, analytics and stats don't hit the same when you can talk that film talk, when you can talk that what we need to get it done. And what Todd Monken is doing to you guys is he's educating you and getting you primed and prepped for this season. Don't be asking me no stupid questions. And let me just tell you what I'm looking for.
A couple of different reasons why. One is you're not playing any games. You don't have pads on. No one's live. So you really don't get a real feel for their athleticism, ability to escape and play make. That's probably one of the hardest things over the years of when you have athletic quarterbacks. Like, this guy looks a little better in 7-on-7. Yeah, well, the game isn't 7-on-7. It absolutely isn't. Who makes plays? Who's got an inner toughness to move the offense and get us in the end zone? And then ultimately, who does the team believe in? And usually that correlates. The team's going to believe in.
It's over. Hey, look, stop. Just quit. Stop. Listen, I don't want to. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not even going to lead the witness here. I'm not even going to lead the witness. He said this 4 times. I went back and I pulled it up when he said the same thing about Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. He said the same thing when I pulled up his old days at Georgia. He said the team will choose. The team, listen, I tell you about Alexander Great and the great generals. The truly great generals weren't the dudes that was in camp. The Hannibals, they weren't in camp. The Caesars, they weren't in camp surrounded by beautiful women feeding them grapes while they soldiers was off in some far off land fighting barbarians. You know where they was at? The front of the line, the tip of the sword. You know what they realized? I can't follow a general who ain't leading from the front. I want to follow somebody that got the same level skin in the game as me. You know what it looked like when your quarterback or whatever you is, if you the leader, where you not only say, listen, I ain't talking about it, I've been about it. I've been side by side with you in every single one of these wars. You know what kind of level of respect you get? So even when it looked bad, and even when you look like you outnumbered, and even when you look like it's about to be a wrap, even when you're down to your last man or your last bullet or your last sword or your last horse, guess what? They have a belief system that says, we done seen it before. He done been on the front lines. Let's get it done. I've paraded. I give you time after time after time after time after time after time. And I keep continuing to give you case by case scenario where each and every one of the teammates have already told you what it was. But you come up here with this head cannon because you lack the knowledge and understanding of what football is about. If you ain't never had to get your hand in that line and put your hand in that dirt and pick your brother up, put him back on the line after he done threw up because he's at the point of exhaustion and passing out, and you pick him back up, put him on the line and say, yo, we got 2 more. You can make it. If you ain't never had to wake your roommate up and tell him when he thought about quitting and going back home, you wake up and you say, hey, we gonna make it. If you ain't never had to max out and everything in your body tell you you can't bench 500 pounds, but your teammate says, hey, you got this. I ain't gonna let the weight fall on you. You got it. If you don't understand that, then you would be the ignorant person. And I'm not saying ignorant as you dummy, but you would be confused as to why you think what they say matter or don't matter. Once again, I told you after today it's going to be different. This might be hitting a little too different. I get it. Y'all got to come up with different formats after today, bro, because right now people gonna start to see like, dang, G. Bush was actually right on that, dog. These dudes be really up here faking and fronting.
The guy that gives us the best chance to score and win. And when the game's on the line, whether it's 3rd downs, 4th downs, 2-minute, that they feel comfortable like we would want, that the ball's in their hands.
Balls in their hands. Balls in their hands. Mm-hmm. Oh, no. No, I don't want to do that. Balls in their hands, right? One of the things that we always talk about is why would your quarterback, 2 things. Kevin Stefanski takes his quarterback off the field to throw a reverse double pass. Why would you take the ball out of the hands of your quarterback that's cooking? That's malpractice. That's a fireable offense in its own. This is what I'm talking about. Guys doing stupid stuff like that. Fireable offense. He does it multiple times. Let's continue on. He continues to cook. That's one of the greatest opening bars. F the frail-ish. That's crazy. One of the greatest opening lines. Shout out to Jada Kissing Style. Woo! Let's go. This one hurt him. This one hurt him right here. Let's talk. No, let's get to what they want to talk about. Here's why I like him. We'll get back to the conversation. I said this earlier. Notice this. I'm a big proponent of really, really pouring into people. And my time as a team leader, I realized it wasn't necessarily about whether or not the people could do the job. It was about whether or not they were motivated to do the job that I asked them to do, because they knew I had the best interest at heart for them. See, sometimes it's difficult because a lot of y'all, coaches don't understand this. My job to get through to a player is to make them understand, even if they cannot understand, that I still have the best idea and I have your best interest at heart. And I'm going to keep it real with you. You always going to know where I stand with you. Always. Same way when and a lot of people in the industry, they take that as a shot. Well, you called out your brethren. No. Again, see, y'all ain't came from where I come from. See, as a man, I want another man to tell me exactly how he feels. See, with G. Bush, you always gonna know where I stand. I'm gonna tell you Same thing I said here, I'll say on my platform. Same thing I say on UCSS, I say right here. Same thing I said on the internet, on Facebook, I said it on Twitter. Same thing I said on Instagram, I said it to the guy at the grocery store. You always gonna know where you stand with me. And as a player, that's all you can ask for. And the fact that he is already talking about what he likes. He's talked more about what he likes out of this guy, Quinshon Judkins, than I've ever heard from Kevin Stefanski. We know there's a couple of places we know where football, and I'm going to tell you about the locker room. It's like prison. It's like high stakes business people. It's like locker rooms. When you got a bunch of dudes in y'all apex at the top, tippy top of what you do for a living, it's easy to smell out the suckers. It's easy to smell out the frauds. It's in prison. Trust me, I go to prisons. I talk to youth all the time in the prison system. And guess what? When you're in prison, they sniff it. It oozes. The frauds, they weed them out quick. If you a scared CO, they already know who it is. If you one of them dudes that can be intimidated, they gonna try you. And they smell it. It's almost like a pheromone in your system, like your body secretes these hormones that says, I'm a sucker. I'm sweet. I could be tried. They understand that about a coach. And when it get tough, you know what they're going to look at you and be like, is you at the front of the room? Is you at the front of the line? Or you back eating them grapes with all the fine women, all the Persian women? You got all the fine Egyptians. Come on now. Come on now. Why you think everybody got caught up? Them Romans, boy. Them Romans, they say, Egypt is a vassal of Rome. Man, them boys over there got over there and seen all them beautiful women. They said, oh my gosh. Them was the first baddies. They got the baddies over here. Caesar and them. Mark Antony, they got the baddies over here. I got the joint with they had Antony. He had all kind of Egyptian face mask on. This dude was out there looking like the Sphinx. The Romans came back like, Antony, you out here with mascara on? That's how bad they was. Let's see this. Let's see what he got for Quinshon Judkins. I like how he talking right here.
Fan when he came out. I mean, it was a good draft last year for running backs. I mean, there was a good number of talented players that you could envision them having, great NFL careers. And he's no different. And what you saw in film last year is a player that loves football, refuses to go down. He's hard to bring down. He plays, behind his pads. He drives his legs on contact. He's got a charismatic smile. I mean, I haven't been around him practicing yet, but I can't wait. I can't wait to get him out there, get a chance to work with him.
Yeah, you see when you, it's funny how when you pour into a guy. Now Quinshon Judkins knows exactly what his coach talks about. Do you know how excited I would be ready to come to work if my coach said that openly? He's just infectious. His energy refuses to go down. And these are some of the things that I've seen when watching that on film. But the problem is these laymen, these dudes out here running around, they'll sit there and boil down this man's whole trajectory to how many yards per carry he has. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. You guys... he didn't have a great year this year. He was okay. He didn't have a great year. What does that even mean, bro? What does that even mean? Tell me why. Because you looked at a number? You ain't seen no film work on this man. Any football player that done played football knows that dude is a dog. And the fact that he mentioned this means, hey, Quinshawn, get ready to go. We gonna feed you, big dog. I got about 6 plans for you. I got something planned for you. Shout out to all the ladies out here, bro. Where the ladies at, man? I know, listen, we got the biggest women's fan base in the game. See, sometimes you don't be understanding. See, a lot of dudes, they be like, I don't know what we gonna do today. I don't even know what we gonna do. Whatever you want to do, where you want to eat, wherever you want to go. You know what's crazy? You want to blow their mind? Let you wake up in the morning at 8 o'clock and say, hey, I got some things planned for us today. Got some things planned. You know what I'm saying? So what I want you to do is go in there, get dolled up. You know what I'm saying? We're going to hang out today. I got it all taken care of. I got the plan. She going to look at you like, huh? Who is this? Who is this dude? Oh, this the dude I was dating back at it. Trust me, we be hard to deal with. You know she gonna get up? Okay. Let me get back. Don't even worry about it. Let me go ahead. Yeah, I had it. Okay. See what they want you to plan it out. Don't just tell them to look nice. Just look nice. I got it taken care of. She gonna be like, what? That excitement level, she gonna be like, that's a grown man. You done got the reservation set. You done already took the cars to get washed. It smell all good inside. You done dipped out. You moving around. You just moving around. And you on a date night and it ain't even nighttime. You get to move around. Watch how the energy change up. She'll be nice. She gonna be talking about what you want to eat tomorrow. You got something you want to eat tomorrow? I know we out today, but listen, I got whatever you see what I'm saying? They want you to take charge. They want you to have a plan. When you come into something and you got a plan, that's well thought out. People ain't got no choice but to respect it. He already know the plan for Quinshawn Judkins. Right now, Quinshawn is poops. Let's get it going. Let's get it going, coach. He done said more than the last coach did in the first 5 seconds of the opening press conference for off-season workouts. Now, this one hurt him. This one hurt him right here. On grown man teams. Yeah, see? Look, that's different. I'm just, for y'all you young dudes out here, trust me, I don't always do that. My wife is over here looking at me like, when I'm getting that, huh? What? See, no, I'll be doing that. We got food blogs. Right? That kind. But no, I'm just giving you that. And the consistent, hey, David, hey, you got it. That's another thing. Because women, they remember. They will remember. Remember that time you told me you was gonna take me over here? And then we was 15 minutes late. And then we had to plea bargain down because the reservation was done. I'm like, but that was 4 years ago. You're still working that off. Still working that off. Then you got to revert to buying high-priced gifts. I done bought my way out of jail a couple of times. Just pull up. Hey, wait, I got a little something for you. Like, jewelry works too. Like, hey, look, I gotta buy the gifts. I gotta buy the gifts to get out of jail. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, dang, man, I had a good plan of attack. At Nicole B869. You know how I'm just trying to tell you, man. Don't pay no attention to G. Bush, man. I hope. Shout out to all the married couples out there. We appreciate you, man. All right, man. Let's get to this. This one really hurt their feelings. This hurt their soul. This one hurt. He's been consistently telling you what he feels about this quarterback room. And it's getting more and more difficult to deal with it. And when you say that, when you see this, I'm going to then tell you how people are transitioning to it. Watch this. Todd, what you think about these quarterbacks?
I mean, each day they're going to gain more and more information of what we do and what we expect. I was fired up. I mean, I thought all three guys were bright-eyed, wanting to learn. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start in that QB room. There's enough there of all three. I mean, I think we'd all be able to say that. Like, I mean, there's enough there to really like Deshaun, the way he plays. And there's enough there to really like the way Shedeur played at the back end of the year. And there's enough early in the year from Dylan that is playing the position at a very high level. So I don't see it as, I really, it's been brought up a lot more to me than really what I think about. Other than, yeah, someone's going to have to start off first, and someone's going to go second, and someone's going to go third. And then we'll be willing to switch that. That's easily, on a daily basis, what we see, just like any position. That's not set in stone. That's something we can flip, just like the practice face. We can flip that any given day to how we see fit that gives us the best chance to develop our players. Now, how they go about it, how they study, how they take care of their body, how they manage our team, how they lead, those are set in stone. Those are non-negotiables.
Let me tell you this. I'm going to give y'all some insight. First and foremost, masterful job, Mr. Monken. Masterful. Way to disarm these folks, because what they're looking for is some I don't know. He's telling you, I keep getting those questions. We don't even think about it like that. I mean, we don't even think of it like that. I mean, we could change up who going first or second, but how they prepare, how they go about leading the team, that's on them. And I teased this earlier. I didn't talk to people. See this is how I get down. I may hear from somebody in the Browns organization. I may hear something from somebody in Deshaun Watson's sphere. I may hear things from guys that's in Shedeur Sanders' sphere. And there's one thing that I can tell you that is a very encouraging thing, as well as a common link, and every one of those people told me, is Andrew Berry and Todd Monken have been solid. What does that mean? Every faction says, they've said to each and every one of those people, this is a competition. We're going to give you a fair opportunity to show what you can do. Nobody has been promised anything. And so when I go and I could have that conversation and all of those things are on the same level, I can then say, I feel pretty confident about it. You know why? Because 3 different people from 3 different perspectives, from 3 different camps, have all said the same thing. The Browns been solid. They're going to let the best man go out there and do their job. And at the end of the day, that is the best thing you should do. Not only is it messaging, but you should do that. Because what the Cleveland Browns hope is, and this is the overall arching plan. This is the plan of how 1,700 people in here, wherever we got, hit the like button. The overarching plan and what they're looking to do, fellas, is this, ladies and gentlemen, is they're looking to establish the quarterback sooner rather than later. If you are looking to establish the quarterback sooner or later, and why sooner rather than later, this is why it's important. Because if it is a competition and both parties go out and give everything that they have, what you plan to do is you come to the media. See, this is how you deal with propaganda. This is how you deal with people trying to derail your rookie year. You got a young head coach, Andrew Berry's under fire because people mad. See, people already know this. Guys, they already know that they don't mess with Andrew Berry like that anyway. They've already told themselves. They already know that you really don't mess with Todd Monken like that. We got people already saying he ain't going to make it to the new stadium. All of the reporters said, this is why you should have fired everybody. So they already know. You already said what side you was on. So what they're going to do to you is, what we're going to do is we're going to insulate ourselves. First and foremost, like I said before, y'all ain't getting no information. I might as well chalk that up. We're looking for a couple of people that want to play ball, but we're not giving you much. Second of all, they are already block. They're like, listen, we had a competition. It was fair and square. This person won. This person is going to be the starter for 2026. Let's roll. And you know what that does? It stops them from coming back every 2 weeks. So-and-so played this way. Do you think so-and-so is going to play? Have you ever thought about making a change at quarterback? Have you ever thought about the quarterback change? Have you thought about whether or not that he gives you the best chance to win? Have you thought about, I mean, right now, do you think you need a spark off the bench? Do you think that all of that's coming? All of that. So you got to have one line that says, this is how we're going to run, because musical chairs at quarterback, the thing that you're addicted to, because contrary to popular belief, they tell you they want stability at quarterback. No, they don't. They tell you you want just to have the guy. No, they don't. Because even when you have the guy, they're always looking for another quarterback in the draft. Even when you got a young quarterback, they want another young quarterback. Even when you got a quarterback that's playing well, they make it up and tell you, well, if the Browns believe that they could get better and they reach the ceiling with this quarterback, no. Stop saying that. That's what you mean. See, that's a straw man. You've been doing that little argument, if the Browns believe. The Browns didn't tell you any of that. You're sitting here saying if the Browns believe, knowing good and well that the Browns don't talk to you, never going to talk to you. You just threw that out there as a shield. If the Browns believe, stop with that. That's getting old. Sorry. If the Browns believe, no. If it was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. You might as well say, I don't believe in the quarterback, and I believe I want to go get another quarterback. Just say that. I would respect you more, bro. But that little sleight of hand linguistic trick that you guys think y'all be getting off, no, it's not really slick. It's old. It's tired. It's played out. You don't believe. Not you. See, the difference between me and you is I say I. I don't believe. Work on it. Work on it. All right, here we go. They might want it sooner rather than later. And by the way, let me just play this for you. Let me just play this for you. You always know when the national media. You know when the national media is pulling up. When they start telling you all kind of stuff like, yeah, I already know what type of game is on. I already know what type of game we on. Chef Zay was on the other day. He had this clip, and I thought it was funny. I thought this clip was funny. He references what Mary Kay Cabot said. And I think he might be spot on something.
Ask the question, what are they waiting for exactly? And it seems as if we got a little bit of answers. Mary Kay says she doesn't know if they'll go into minicamp in June knowing that who the guy is, but certainly they will come out of the minicamp and head into the break and head into training camp knowing who their QB1 is. As we know, Todd Monken came out and said that you can't divide reps evenly. It's just not fair. It's just not part of the process. And we all knew Shedeur Sanders would be in the building for day one of the opening offseason workouts. We knew that Deshaun Watson was going to be in the building, as there was rumors that he was already around the facility. We didn't know where Dillon Gabriel was going to be at, but his ass was in the building as well. I think we can all agree that Dillon Gabriel isn't going to be the one taking the QB1 reps. If this report's true, we should have the answer come training camp when July starts. And whether it's 12 or whether it's QB1, shouldn't be looking up at training camp every single week asking, oh, well, is this guy going to get more QB1 reps, or is this guy going to... Like, that shouldn't be a thing like it was last year. So let's just say by June 9th, June 11th, we should have an idea who's going to be getting the QB1 reps.
I'm telling you. See, the thing is, a lot of people don't understand it, the way this works. The goal is to find your quarterback sooner rather than later. Because every time that you trot different people out there, you're not getting the other quarterback ready. Remember? We saw how this worked the first time with the fake quarterback competition. Now watch this. Now watch this. And I'm ready for it. I'm just educating you. Now the same people that advocated that Shedeur Sanders shouldn't get any reps when Dylan Gabriel was getting reps over him will be the same exact people that will be asking why Dylan Gabriel's not getting reps. Trust me, it's coming. You heard it from me first. Listen, I want all 1,800 people in here to make a small note that on April 11th, 2026, a good day that the Lord has blessed us to see on a Saturday in the barbershop. G. Bush already told you exactly what the conversation is going to be. It's going to be a reverse move. Well, I don't know why all the Shedeur supporters, I find it very difficult. I find it, I think it's funny how when Shedeur wasn't getting the reps last year, then it was a sabotage. Is it still a sabotage that Dylan's not getting the reps now? You can't have it both ways. No, you advocated not having new reps. Now you're on the opposite side of the spectrum, and now you're going to advocate that everybody is supposed to split reps evenly. When Shedeur Sanders couldn't get not one rep. He was over there he wasn't even allowed to, he was on the JV field. He couldn't even come on the regular field with sorry Kenny Pickett. And we don't forget that you said Kenny Pickett was the best option. Then he went to the Raiders and couldn't beat Geno Smith out. And then it was so terrible, they got the number 1 pick and they're getting quarterback in Mendoza. Some of y'all talk about it's been, and by the way, stop. This always, look, guys. So when you feel free to cut this. Clip it so that when they come with that noise, you already got the preemptive receipt. Is it all of a sudden fair? Is it going to be fair? I find it funny that Shedeur all of a sudden, what about the fairness with Dylan and Deshaun? You're too slow. You're too slow. We already know what's coming. I'm telling you, bro, it's on the way. You know how they got it. It is on the way. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to make sure that you can get your guys ready to go. And a lot of people think this is going to bleed into the preseason games. Stop. It's not bleeding into those preseason games. Absolutely not. They were already, actually, to be truthful, big dog, I'm going to show you this. The national media already know. Now, the local media is still putting their head in the sand. Actually, I don't know if they playing dumb or they just don't know. We'll examine that coming up later. But let's talk about this. National media already done stamped and told you why.
But with the Monken thing, too, you talk about taking over this job. And, of course, we know it's a handful anyways. It's the Browns. And to your point, when we were talking about the Raiders, they haven't been good in a long time. And it's not been anything sustained. We've had a year here, a year there, whatever. But now he's taken over not only with, like, the Myles Garrett situation a little bit, where you wonder where that's going to go into the future of the Cleveland Browns and their organization, but the quarterback situation, too. Damn, he's got a tough situation here. He does. He's got a Shedeur Sanders who we know is very popular throughout our country, social media. He did some good things, but he didn't do enough good things to just go, oh, he should be the definite starter here, and we just roll out the carpet. We got Deshaun Watson, who they've paid all this money to do nothing for the last 5 years, and now he's healthy, and they're going to give him a shot, and we're going to see if Todd Monken can inject some confidence back into him and get him playing somewhat close to what we used to see back in the old days. But, yeah, this is a tough one, and one where you feel like I think the Browns are kind of cornered. They don't have a choice but to start Shedeur Sanders. That's kind of my 2 cents here, and that's a tough way to start as a head coach.
Again, you see the way they pose and phrase this. They pose it as you're cornered. this is a bad situation. This is something that's unattainable. You're trying your best to do something that is not going to happen. You see, Todd Monken already then came in and told you that he actually likes the quarterbacks. When you say and phrase it and say, Todd Monken's in a bad position, how is he in a bad position when he knew who quarterbacks was here? He was excited about coaching the quarterbacks. He's told you what traits he likes from the quarterbacks. He's talked about playmaking ability. Why would a coach say, I believe this player has elite playmaking ability, and then say, I'm cornered because I got this quarterback with elite playmaking ability? Why would you feel cornered or trapped when he says, I got an opportunity. I can't wait to start working with these guys? How is he cornered when he just told you how well he thinks about Quinshon Judkins? How is he cornered when you got quarterbacks? And let's talk about this, because here's where this game is going to switch up. It's his choice. That's it. It's not corner. It's Todd Monken's choice. You see, you guys act as if there's some sort of Ouija board of the football gods, but you got primitive mindset. Because your mind is primitive, you don't understand that everybody controls a part of it. If I'm a mastermind tactician, if I'm a quarterback, if I understand offensive football, and I understand how to scheme, I understand how to coach, I understand how to develop, I'm never cornered. You tell me, do a show tomorrow in Albuquerque, New Mexico, at a coffee shop, G. Bush gonna be fired. Don't matter where it's at. Could be at night, could be in a day, could be outside, could be in another time zone. As long as I got the microphone, audio might not even be that crazy. As long as I got that microphone, I'm gonna be nice, because that's what my gift is. And when you operate in your gift, you don't operate out of fear. You see, you fear what you don't understand. You fear what you can't comprehend. That'll come back into play. I'm just telling you, hour 2 is going to kick. Listen, hour 2, please dial in, 1,800 people. Hour 2 going to hit. I need y'all going to come away and say, he got this one. He got that one. But watch how he phrases it in a negative light. And Mike Florio, I think you understand what's going on, right? You get it, right?
Here is Todd Monken talking about the quarterbacks, and I agree with you on Shedeur Sanders. I think the moment they made a big deal of him changing his number from 12 back to 2, I think, like, you don't hype that up for a guy who, who is like.
They done finally got it. Bro, this is why I can't listen to y'all stuff. This I be trying to support, but this is why I cannot, for the life of me, get into your content. Now, we've been talking about this on the Barbershop for how many months? And reluctantly, on April 11th, 2026, you finally got enough ammunition. The writing, look at their faces. Did you have to go to a funeral to get this? You could have just pulled up on Saturday and we would have gave you the receipts. There's a reason why nobody agrees with me. Y'all ever know? Hey, let me just tell y'all something. This is factual. Hey, you ever notice this? Out of all of the shows that I got 1,000 of them, I'll be on every panel. Why is it, in terms of when I say something, you see how they be playing the game? Oh, I agree with so-and-so. Oh, I completely agree with that person. Completely agree with this person. Completely. I believe in that person. That person, they got sources. I completely understand what they were saying with that. Out of all the platforms, let me go in the chat. How many of them folks then came around and said, you know what, G. Bush had a good thought on that? If you take out Earl and Tyvis, McNuggets on a good day, how many times they done said on any platform, dang, G. Bush killed that one. I ain't even gonna lie. He told us ain't none of the quarterbacks gonna play. Dang, G. Bush was right, man. Yeah, Andrew Berry is gonna stay. Dang, G. Bush was right. Hey, you know what? Yeah. Kevin about to be up out of here. How many times has anybody said, you know what? You know why you can't do that? None. You know why you can't do that? Because then that means you're going to have to come to the conclusion that maybe I might actually know what I'm talking about. See, it's more about competition than being right. Let me just give y'all an insight. Man, dang, bro, it's tough. It's more about the competitive nature of what we do. Everybody that has this microphone in their mind is Rush Limbaugh. Everybody is Jim Rome. Everybody is Howard Stern. Listen, everybody is Tavis Smiley. I can keep going. Everybody is the kings of comedy. Everybody think that they nice. But the reality is, you are admitting, if you say I'm right, that means, no, hold on. That don't even count. The internet, oh, no. Shout out to Ting, Simply Ball Dropping, Money Man. Shout out to Big Snacks, B Watts, Mag Dog. Oh no, them is black content creators. They're like, that's the internet. We know what we do over here. We know how we move over here. Like on the internet, they already know. They're not gonna say nothing on the internet because on the internet it get ugly. But I'm talking about mainstream. Mainstream. They ain't gonna say I'm right. They just want to argue. Now watch they face. These is the faces of people who being like, yeah, they still them talking points. You seen it. Mainstream steals talking points, never gives them the credit. Hey, y'all be stealing them talking points. It's cool. You can steal them. But you know, hey, Drake said a line. No, was it Drake? Yeah, Drake said it. Like he's like, he's something along the lines of, a lot of people be copying. But if the only thing I'm hearing is people sounding like me, who should I be afraid of? Like, yeah, I could kind of see that. They be taking the notes. Y'all can have them, but watch this. Look at their face.
Likely to be your backup.
Exactly.
You do that for the guy who's likely to be your starter. Here is Todd Monken when asked, do you know who will get the first reps at quarterback when it's time to go out and get on the practice field?
No, not really, because there's enough there of all three. I mean, I think we'd all be able to say that. There's enough there to really like Deshaun, the way he plays. And there's enough there to really like the way Shedeur played at the back end of the year. And there's enough early in the year from Dylan that is playing the position at a very high level. So I don't see it as, it's been brought up a lot more to me than really what I think about. Other than, someone's going to have to start off first, and someone's going to go second, and someone's going to go third. And then we'll be willing to switch that. That's easily, on a daily basis, what we see, just like any position. That's not set in stone.
Look, I think Deshaun Watson's going to get an opportunity, and it's going to be up to him at that point. He was playing well in 2023. They had that big win against the Ravens, injured the shoulder, done for the year. They still got to the playoffs that year, lost to the Texans in the wild card round. But he'll have an opportunity, and we'll just see. We'll know. It's just like, Quarterback shows up and starts throwing passes, the other guys on the field are going to know if he's got it. It's been 6 years since he's played at a high level. He's at least going to have a chance. Why is he going to have a chance? Because of the structure of his contract and the way they've handled the cap charges. They had to keep him on the team. They don't have to play him. They just have to pay him, but you can't send a guy home with pay anymore. He's there. Let's see. Let's see what he can do. And I could see Todd Monken having that attitude. All right, he's a quarterback on the team. The quarterback's on the team. Go out and play quarterback.
Yeah.
And you go, then you go, then you go. And eventually we'll know which guy's the guy.
That's right. He's not going to judge it. He's not going to have preconceived thoughts. He's going to go out and go, well, let's see what you do with the stuff I'm teaching you, and we're going to evaluate it from there. So that's what's cool for Deshaun Watson is I think he's going to get a total clean slate here. And a guy that's going to go, wait, as we always know, especially with like the offensive genius type, I think I could change this guy at quarterback, or I can do this to make him better. But, you know, all in all, I still feel like when you could say all that stuff, Dylan Gabriel did have some good moments. We know that. It just, to me, the scrutiny and the public pressure and everything, you could say it's Shedeur. I mean, we had people ready to pillage the city of Cleveland last year because they started Dylan Gabriel. I don't think there's any choice in this matter. I think this is one where you almost, it's like, yeah, it's a competition, but it's not really a competition. It's going to be Shedeur Sanders as a starter unless he totally just is absolutely horrible in the spring and training camp.
They done came to the conclusion. They done finally figured it out. Shout out to them. They done finally figured it out. They took long enough. By the way, shout out to, what's the name? I'll be trying to tell y'all, man, I don't be throwing no crazy shots. Here's the thing. I just said, well, I was talking about McNuggets. I wasn't throwing McNuggets nowhere. His job as a producer is not to agree with me all the time. That was just tongue in cheek. Like, you know, he do be telling them when I be getting them. So that wasn't a shot at McNuggets. But in terms of the greater picture, yeah, ain't nobody. I'm talking about, you know, if you got a radio show, you got a television show, you on the news, you got, like, we talk about, they ain't gonna give you that. They ain't not gonna give you that. So let's talk about this. So you didn't see the first thing he said is, hey, they didn't switch his number. Again, we told you that over here. It's a whole Nike campaign behind that. See, y'all don't listen. If you would have just I could have saved you all this time. It's big business. It's big business. And I don't even hate on a lot of different platforms because guess what? The conversations is just about Shedeur Sanders. And people's trying to fake like they don't like that. They're trying to fake like they got to talk about it. No, you want to talk about it. That's where your clicks is coming from. Let's be clear. Nobody's pulling up to see the Dylan Gabriel films. Nobody is is beating down the walls to talk about offensive line. You know what it is. Stop acting like you're burdened to talk about Shedeur Sanders when that's the biggest story in football. Stop it. You like, quit. You know good and well you trying to cover him. That's why every story is about him. So you know what it is, and you know it's big business. Why would I play? First of all, it don't make no sense to play none of them other quarterbacks economically, trajectory and future-wise, skill set, just marketing, it just don't make sense. So this whole conversation that we've been having for the last, I don't know how, is confusing because it should have been evident for you to see from Jump Street.
Because I just feel like, yeah, the public clamoring, the media, the social media,
No. Listen, let's not do that. Let's not do that. I'm done with that talking point too. Well, if you change the name on the back of his jersey, would we still be tripping out because he's no. First and foremost, the premise is people like Shedeur Sanders because he can play. Stop with this narrative-based talk about like we just sitting up here awestruck. Oh my gosh, this should like, come on, bro. Stop it. Like, it's the clamoring on the internet. Like, the clamoring on the internet ain't got nothing to do. You think Todd Monken, as a football coach who said, I recruited you, and you thought he was clamoring back then? See, that's why you can't use. See, before, you could use these ambiguous conversations because Kevin Stefanski was never on the record saying nothing. But now, he's out here telling you what he thinks. All you have the choice to do now is disregard it. Because you think Todd Monken cares what his last name is Sanders on the back of his jersey? Do you think he cared when he said we tried to draft you because his last name was Sanders with the Baltimore Ravens and they had Lamar Jackson? Do you think he cares what the name on the back of the jersey is when he says he's an elite playmaker? No, he's looking at it from a football contextual standpoint. So stop trying to throw these little, like we little boo-boo the fools, and we just so caught up in his stardom that we don't know what we're looking at. Stop. Come on, we're not gonna continue to do that.
Everything there. He did have some good moments. You know, the crowd that thinks he was screwed over and there was some conspiracy. And
hey, listen, stop going to that. Come on, Chris. Stop going to that. Stay off the internet. Why are you so upset about the conspiracy theories? Why are every media member so upset that people on the internet are talking about why he fell in the draft? You're mad because you don't feel like you're above reproach. They holding you accountable. Get out your feelings. I don't be on the internet talking about the guys who don't think Shedeur can play. I just go tell him why I think he should be able to play. And I give you reasons to back it up. Stop with the conspiracy theory stuff and keep it a buck. Just keep it pushing. Today it all stops, though.
Making him drop and all that. It's just a lightning rod topic to where I think the Browns are almost cornered to having him start and going, okay, if you do good, you're the man and you're the starter. If you don't, okay, you sink, and now we start the next guy. And I just feel like that's where it's going to go here in Cleveland.
I agree with you. Remember some of the crazy stories last year that Kevin Stefanski was sabotaging his career.
Remember this. You can get information from 5 or 6 different parties. You can get them from agents and coaches. You can get them from the front office. You can get them from the players. You can get them from anonymous team sources. These guys, I'm pretty much sure you're not talking to no players. That's one. You're probably not talking to a front office because guess what? They actually fired Kevin Stefanski. And by the way, Kevin Stefanski didn't get fired because he sabotaged Shedeur Sanders. Kevin Stefanski got fired because his offense was trash. It had been trash. It had been garbage. See, this is what we're gonna get to. And this is where we're gonna morph this into, this has been my problem. Did Kevin Stefanski, did he sabotage? And he's already come out and said, I don't know what you guys think. Like it's the internet. Kevin Stefanski, it is well known that he said Shedeur Sanders was never going to play. He was going to redshirt him. But yet and still keep trying Dylan Gabriel out after his concussion if he would have passed protocol. You think? We conflating. See, we should have held you accountable, and we should have been more pinpoint. And what the conversation should have been is, Kevin, yes, he did a bunch of that stuff. He probably could have lost the locker room. Yes, he handled the quarterback situation horrible. But the first and foremost reason Kevin Stefanski got let go is because his special teams was terrible. His play calling and pivotal downs was terrible. Him past the first 15 scripted plays was terrible. Adjustments were horrible. And the fact that his offense lacked creativity, it lacked emotion, it lacked any sort of explosive mindset and plays was the reason he was running around, running fullback dives and stupid stuff. He got fired because his offense was trash. See, but when we get caught up in, we get into our narrative-based content. So now they can say, well, it's a conspiracy theory because he said he got fired because he got sabotaged. No, he got fired because he was not able to score points with any quarterback. Going back to Baker, going to Deshaun, going to DTR. Joe Flacco looked terrible in the offense, and then 3 weeks later threw for 500 yards. It's terrible. And in hindsight, the energy should have been that. The indictment is not on the quarterbacks. It's on the dude that was sitting there coaching said quarterbacks and couldn't get nothing out of them, no matter who it was. All of them looked the same. Tell me the quarterback that was looking crazy good. Dylan looked like Joe. Joe looked like DTR. DTR looked like Deshaun. Deshaun looked like, what's the name? Jacoby Brissett. Come on, guys. Come on. He got fired because he was an incompetent coach who did not know how to call plays, get people involved, or do anything of the sort. Couldn't get Odell Beckham Jr. the ball. You still, our analytics say that Nick Chubb, you dummies. You people sat up there talking, we had prime Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb will have 130 yards in the first 3 quarters. Fourth quarter come, guess what he's doing? Dropping back, throwing the ball 100 times to tight ends. You're like, why don't you get the ball to Nick Chubb? Well, our statistics, our analytics department said that Nick is better off with 18 carries. We're trying to keep him fresh. Ain't no such thing as keeping nobody fresh in the NFL. You're one play away from never playing again. You're one play away. And guess what happened? He ended up getting hurt. You used what he got. You had prime Nick Chubb, and you still couldn't win. You had Odell Beckham Jr., still couldn't win. You had Jarvis Landry, still couldn't win. You had a top 5 offensive line at the time, couldn't win. The best pass rusher, a knockdown corner, and you sit up there and let this man come and talk about what Kevin needs. Kevin needs to reacclimate himself to a playbook and stop calling plays and give it to somebody that knows. I'm done playing with y'all. It's done. We're not having no more conversations about it.
Here and just all the different stuff.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Now,
right?
Should they have drafted him in round 5 after drafting Dylan Gabriel in round 3? No.
Yes.
As you said last year,
That's
this
right.
is not how you build a team. You don't go out and you don't let analytics go so haywire that you just go out and
lose the human element.
We can get a quarterback. This is value. I think I joked at one point that maybe they would try to make a run at Tua Tagovailoa. This is a guy who was once a $50 million quarterback. We can get him for $1.3 million. There's value. Got to get value. And I think Todd Monken will provide a valuable balance to what I think has been an unhealthy obsession with trying to take a sport that has a very strong human component and turn it into a mathematical equation.
Yeah.
It's gone too far at times. The Browns have gone too far. The Paul DePodesta stuff went too far.
Totally.
And I think Monken is the great counter to that. I think he's exactly what they need to just have, you get 2 sides to it. We got the numbers and then we got the human.
Yeah.
And there's a middle ground there that maybe they haven't been finding in recent years.
Yeah, would agree with that. I think, he's a guy that's going to know his gut, his common sense. I've been around football a lot. I know what the numbers say. Screw you. I'm on the field. I can feel what's going on here right now, and I'm seeing it with my eyes. We got to do this right now. And I do think Todd Monken is the kind of guy to, do that right there.
Hi, it's Mike Florio. Thanks for watching PFT on YouTube. Hit subscribe for the latest news and analysis from Pro Football Talk.
Why would you? Matter of fact, let's just go right into that. I think this is a perfect segue. Let me set this up. Let me get to this. Let me remove this. Let me see. Now, we went through that whole situation, right? Let's get to this. Nope. We're going to do this. I want to show this. before I even get to any of this is going to set me up for a lot of stuff that I'm talking about. This is what you've been waiting for. You see, I was up late thinking about some things, and it got me to thinking about Arthur C. Clarke. Now, if you guys don't know, Arthur C. Clarke is, to me, one of the greatest science fiction novelists of our time. So I'll give you a heads up, just a little quick, right? Sir Arthur Charles Clarke was an English science fiction writer. And he was a futurist, inventor, undersea explorer, and television series host. Clarke was a science fiction writer, an avid proposaler of space travel, and futurist of distinguished ability. He wrote many books and many essays for popular magazines. In '61, he received the Caligula Prize, an award for popularizing science and science fiction. Clarke's science fiction writings earned him the moniker Prophet of the Space Age. His science fiction writings in particular earned him a number of Hugo and Nebula Awards, which along with a large readership made him one of the towering figures of the genre for many years. Science fiction had a big three comprising of Arthur C. Clarke, Americans Robert Heinlein, and Isaac Asimov, who to me is right up there with him as well. Clarke co-wrote the screenplay in 1968, A Space Odyssey, widely regarded as one of the most influential films of all time. So he did a lot of science fiction works. I'm a big fan of his work. As you know, I'm a science fiction fan. I like hard fiction, which means it's rooted in truth, right? So one of the things that he did, and you say, G. Bush, what the heck is we talking about this dude for? Here you go again. What are we talking about? One of his famous quotes that he had, talked about his three laws, right? And he proposed this theory that if we were to meet an advanced civilization that was millions of years more advanced than humans, right? Their technology would almost be indistinguishable from what we would call a deity or a god or something akin to magic. So Arthur C. Clarke's insights highlight that advanced technology can appear magical. His famous quote, "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic," suggests that innovations beyond our culture and cultural understanding can invoke a sense of wonder and disbelief. Understanding this law, Clarke law emphasizes the relationship between technological advancement and perception. For instance, a smartphone's capability would seem miraculous to someone unfamiliar with it. Go back to the year 1000 or 2000 and pull out a smartphone. People would look at it like it was a mirror from the past or the future. This principle applies to modern technology like artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, which inspire awe and curiosity. The implications for innovation: as technology evolves, it continues and challenges our perception and expectations, often leading to a transformative changes in our society. The idea encourages exploration and innovation, pushing boundaries of what is possible and reshaping our understanding of reality. You say, dang, that was very cool, G. Bush, if we were talking about science fiction and not talking about the Browns. Well, here's the thing, what we talked about throughout the theme of this. You see, the problem is when you got people who are in the media, I compared the analogy to the people that were in prehistoric times, and you were to go back and see the technology today. People would be in awe of electricity. People would think running water was a miracle. People would look at cell phones and the internet as something that is a deity telling them about life. Our regular everyday would freak a caveman out. They couldn't explain it. They would only be able to explain it through their primitive perceptions of what they have already known. See, that's the problem. See, in the media, we've gotten to the point where we got a bunch of cavemen, a bunch of people that don't have the requisite knowledge to understand why things happen. If you don't understand, you then create narratives because your mind cannot comprehend. I said it much more eloquently in this little post I did. Let's see if I can find it. We're going to show you. Here we go. See if this makes any sense. Listen along. Think about what Arthur C. Clarke was really getting at with that third law. When you don't understand the underlying system, you replace knowledge with mythology. Now take that extra idea and drop that into sports media. The analogy is X's and O's are an advanced technology. Imagine an ancient human dropped into a modern NFL film room. Coaches are breaking down coverages pre-snap, identifying leverage, spacing, timing, adjusting based on tendencies and disguises. To a trained mind, it's structured, logical, and almost mathematical. But to someone who doesn't understand it, might as well be magic. In reality, football is an advanced, complex scheme. Rotating safeties post-snap, disguising blitz packages, route combinations designed to manipulate zones. But what does that sound like to the ancient media minds? Hey, he just wanted it more. They don't play with enough hearts. The team is soft. Man, they choked. That's not analysis. That's storytelling, filling in for understanding. Just like ancient humans saw a smartphone as a magic mirror, or would see electric light as a captured sun, or maybe even medicine as divine healing. They weren't stupid. They were just operating without access to the system underneath. Now replace them with certain media members. When they watch the game, they're seeing outcomes, emotions, surface level patterns, but not covered shells, route space concepts, protection schemes, timing windows. So instead of saying the defense disguised cover two and baited the quarterback into making a bad throw, they simply say the quarterback just isn't clutch. Why does these narratives always seem to replace knowledge? Well, that's because the human brain hates uncertainty. So when someone doesn't understand something, why a play failed, why the defense actually did, or how a scheme broke down, they subconsciously do what ancient humans did. They create a story that feels true. Oh man, the momentum shifted. Browns have a leadership issue, locker room problem. These are modern day versions of the gods are angry and a curses have fallen upon us. Picture a group of ancient humans watching an airplane fly overhead. Some say it's a god, some say it's a sign. Some say it carries spirits through the sky. Now picture a group of media members watching a complex offensive breakdown. Some say they don't want it enough. The coach lost the locker room. He's not built for the moment. Same exact behavior, different era, same lack of understanding. The real takeaway here is X's and O's are equal to a science. Narratives actually equal the mythology created when science isn't understood. So when you hear a shallow analysis, you're not just hearing a bad tape. You're watching modern day myth making in real time. And I'm telling you right now, for a lot of media members, football, yes, real football, the X's and O's might as well be magic. I'm not saying, and I'm not calling people dumb. Ancient humans weren't dumb. They just didn't have access to information. They didn't understand the system behind what they were actually seeing. But in 2026, with film, with analytics, with access, if you're still breaking games down like it's mythology, that's a choice. So the next time you hear somebody say they just wanted it more, ask yourself, are you listening to a breakdown or are you listening to someone describe a plane like it's a god? Because over here, we don't deal in myths. We deal in the real X's and O's truth. Welcome to the Barbershop. I'm just saying, you see it. You see it. So when somebody needs to describe to you what's going on, if they don't have the experience level to even question or understand it, you will look at commentary differently. You should, based on that. Because the same way ancient humans could not explain things that were 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 years in the future is the same way that the people who are in the industry now that cannot understand what they are seeing. So it's easier to say narratives and cliches and things that have no meaning in life. And they get away with it. Why? Well, because nobody else is on the other side saying, whoa, hold on, let me look at the mirror. Is that actually truthful? And that's where I come in. If you notice earlier in the show, I said, that's my fault. That's on me. Because the more you feed people and you fight back and forth with them about narrative, you give them actually an out card, because they can use emotions and arguments and all of these little linguistic tools to make it seem like they actually is rooted in truth. But the thing that you cannot refute and the thing that you cannot skirt away from is that actual knowledge. Let's talk about this. Sometimes you gotta be what you want to see in the world. So the reason the barbershop is about to get crazy and ugly is because I'm gonna do what I've been asking you to do. If you want to get rid of narratives, how do you do that? Well, you just go back to the film work. See, from now on, you guys can talk about who the quarterback is going to be, but I got a series coming out. We're gonna rock this series all the way throughout the summer and spring. It's gonna be how the Cleveland Browns offense and how the Browns will operate given Todd Monken in his past, his present, and his future. I'm gonna show you film-wise what exactly the Cleveland Browns will look like before you even get on the field. Because what I'm going to show you is what he's done. I'm tired of talking about these dudes and quarterbacks, and because what happens is you're wasting my time. I woke up the other day, guys said, hey, you're wasting your time. There needs to be a sense of urgency about this. All of the back and forth clownery is done. If you want to argue about who's going to play and narratives about why you fell in the 5th round, you can do that. But as for me and what I'm going to do in my house, we're going to be steeped on foundation, principles, and educating people. It starts today. I'm going to tell you right here. Starts today. You thought we were just going to play around and not get to it? It starts today. I'm going to tell you why Todd Monken is going to be put in a situation where this Cleveland Browns offense is going to be special, and what does he do to get one of your best playmakers involved, and that's Harold Fannin Jr. He's gotten tight ends involved, whether it's Oscar Delp, whether it's guys back at University of Georgia. He's done it with Mark Andrews. He's done it with a lot of these tight ends, and it's a staple of what Todd Monken wants to do. I've been in my lab. Let me take this down. I've been in the lab. Let me get this comment up here so I can make sure I get this together. Nope, that ain't it. This is part 1. This is why you should come to the barbershop. Because what we're going to do, we're not just about arguing and pulling receipts. We're about educating 2 people. We're about showing you. If they're not going to show you why I believe that the Cleveland Browns will be much improved, I will do it. If they don't have the knowledge base to say, this is why I believe that the Cleveland Browns offense will do what it does, I'll do it. I'm going to show you today. We're going to start with the tight end, Harold Fannin Jr., one of your best playmakers. We will work our way all the way through the season. So when you come back here on Saturday, you're going to have a 12-part series. You're going to get tight ends. You're going to learn how Quinshon Judkins is going to get the ball based on some of the things he does. You're going to learn scheme. You're going to learn how do we manipulate things. You're going to learn how to receivers. You're going to learn formations, what Shedeur Sanders looks like, what is Lamar Jackson able to do. You're going to learn that here. So this is part 1. If you have not subscribed yet, please do so. Because after today, the game changes. We are moving forward and educating and talking about the game of football. You guys have done too much tabloids. I'm no longer entertained. I no longer entertain in the tabloid conversations. What we're going to do over here is we're going to get to them X's and O's. We're going to get to them, and I'm going to show you on these podcasts every single week a different aspect of Todd Monken's offense with breakdowns, with analysis, and where you can find your guys that are on the Cleveland Browns and how that fits into what their game plan may be. Because no longer am I interested in hearing narratives from people that ain't picking up no playbooks, that ain't looking at no film, and talking all this other nonsense. And we let them get away with it. We did. We let them get away with it. Because trust me, it feels good to get the receipts out on people. But that ain't what life is all about. Let's start. So, mofo, hit that like button. Let's go.
Eve 2022, the number 1 ranked Georgia Bulldogs faced off with number 4 Ohio State in the semifinals of the college football playoffs. This was an incredibly entertaining game and was within 1 score for all but 8 of its 27 drives, but in the end, the Bulldogs won by 1 point, kicking the game-winning extra point with just 54 seconds on the clock. In any game, there are a lot of different ideas and concepts that go into producing a win, and that's especially true in the playoffs, where each of these teams had nearly a month to prepare for each other. In this game, though, Georgia had one strategy or idea that produced at least 150 yards and kept the chains moving with big plays on at least 4 scoring drives, and that was offensive coordinator Todd Monken's use of what I'll call tight end plus alignments. That's not a technical term, and it's just something that I came up with to describe a set of plays relevant to this video, but
Here we go. Shout out. Make sure I'm going to put a link in the description so you can go check out this full video. But let's talk about the tight end plus alignments. So one of the things that I've always had a problem with Kevin Stefanski and his offense, and I'm not going to keep juxtaposing what Stefanski does. This is more about what Todd Monken is going to do. That's another thing we got to start. That's old. Let's talk about what Todd does. Tight end plus packages is something where you are using the alignment of the tight end on the line of scrimmage to be able to dictate what defenders are going to do. If you got a great tight end that is versatile, you can block him, you can put him out in routes, but it's all about the creativity and the splits and the alignment that help your team out. One of the things that I always hear, and we've boiled it down to whether or not the quarterback is good or a receiver is open, is how does an offensive coordinator go about the X's and O's and getting a quarterback quicker, easier throws. Football is not about making the job for your quarterback the hardest it could possibly be to make big-time window-shattering throws in between 4 or 5 defenders. Most of what football is about matchups, space, scheme, and making things easy. The tight end plus alignment helps you out because you can do things when in the run game as well as the passing game. In this film, you'll see guys like Brock Bowers, one of the best tight ends. Why was Brock Bowers one of the best tight ends in college and still continues to be? Because Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator at the time, put him in positions where he put you in a win-win situation and then worked from it. Play calling is about establishing one thing and then making them stop it and then having variations off of it that look the same, feel the same, but have 2 totally different outcomes. Let's talk about it.
Basic idea is that on many plays, Georgia put a lot of pressure on the edges in the outside run game by loading up one side with a wing tight end and then one other player who could also impact numbers in the run game.
Now, what I want you to watch here, wing tight end. This is, you look at it, wing tight end and a player plus player. So look at the split in the alignment, right? This alignment gives you numbers in terms of you can run the ball or you can pass the ball. But mind you, he'll explain this later on. The split, look how close he is to the line of scrimmage. Look in Todd Monken, as I've watched film over him and his offenses at Georgia, as well as with the Ravens, is he always uses his splits. He uses where people line up in order to give him leverage in different positions to go. Right? So let's get to it.
That other player could be a second tight end. It could be a wide receiver in a tight split. It could be someone motioning over from the other side of the formation and so on. But the key is that they loaded up one edge with a wing tight end plus at least one other person who could be a factor in outside runs. The basic idea of this strategy was to use the outside run to force the defense to load up with players on that edge, and then to use whatever the defense did to make that adjustment to open up the middle of the field in the intermediate and downfield passing game. As I've said, this strategy started with the outside run game and with Georgia's ability to stress the edge with one of these tight end plus alignments. To understand what those alignments bring to the table, let's start by looking at how Ohio State's lining up when they're not facing one of these formations.
Now, we're going to go into this. And what you're going to see here, don't worry about it. I got my camera off. It was overheating a little bit, but that's the side. It's good. You can watch this anyway. So what he's going to show you in this film is when you're aligned like this, the thing that Ohio State wants to do on the defensive side of the football is they want to run their nickel package. Your nickel package is basically your two linebackers in the middle, and they want to have and be able to outnumber the guys and the blockers up front. You have 5 offensive linemen. Obviously, the running back is back there, and the quarterback can't block. And the running back can't block for itself. So right now, they have 6 defenders, and those defenders each have a gap, and they have 5 blockers. That means if they run the football, then guess what? There's a man free, and he'll make the tackle, right? So what they want to do is they want to give themselves the numbers up front. And Ohio State having superior athletes and really good athletes, you always are going to bank on the fact that I'm going to make the tackle. It's a numbers game. Always remember this. When you talk about football, if you can count to 11, you can tell where the football is going to go and how it's going to go, right? So let's talk about it.
On defense, one of the biggest things that you'll typically want to do in the run game is to make sure that you have at least one more defender than the offense can block. And you want to make sure that that's true both in the box in general, as well as at any specific point of attack within it. For example, on this play, Georgia has 5 offensive linemen in the box, and so Ohio State's playing their base nickel front, which gives them 6 defenders in the box and lets them outnumber Georgia's blockers by 1. Now, I also said that Ohio State wants not just to outnumber Georgia's blockers in general, but also to outnumber them at every possible point of attack. There could be a lot of things to think about here in different formations, blocking schemes, and so on, but for now, let's just think of it in simple terms, looking at runs to the right of center versus runs to the left of center. Against this spread formation, we can think of the defense as having a 3-on-2 triangle at each of these points of attack. To each side of center, the Bulldogs have an offensive tackle and an offensive guard. And to each side of center, Ohio State's matching those 2 blockers with 2 defensive linemen and a linebacker. So no matter which side the offense runs to, Ohio State's going to have numbers.
That's a big thing. Numbers. How many people can we block versus how many people you bring? Always remember that.
When Georgia brings a wing tight end into the equation,
now, they're going to tell you, let's talk about the wing tight end. Now, they've taken a receiver out. They put a tight end in. The wing tight end is right here. When you be able to bring a wing tight end, you can manipulate how many people are in the box and the responsibilities that those guys have. Because now, with that guy at the end line of scrimmage, he can block and flank the defensive end. He can crack back or cut back across the formation and block somebody, or they can run play action and he can go out for a pass. Watch and listen how he explains this and the diagrams that he has that shows the options is why the tight end position. And always remember, think of it as is what is Harold Fanning Jr. going to be able to do in these type of positions. All right, here we go.
This is the kind of thing that they're trying to disrupt. On this play, for example, we see a tight end lined up to the left of center off the line of scrimmage, and the key detail here is that from this alignment, he can add in as an extra blocker to either side of center. Obviously, he could always stay to the left here, giving Georgia a 3rd blocker to this side and letting them account for all 3 front players in Ohio State's 3-man triangle. Because he's off the line, though, he can also cross the formation, giving the Bulldogs a 3rd blocker to that side. As we've seen, Ohio State's 6-man front gives them 3 box defenders to each side of the field. This tight end lets Georgia get a 3rd blocker to one of those sides, taking away the Buckeyes' advantage, but before the snap, the defense doesn't know which side that's going to be, and this impacts their ability to get enough defenders at the real point of attack.
Remember, the real point of attack. What do you mean by this? Because if you have a tight end and he's off the line of scrimmage, the point of attack is ambiguous. The point of attack, he could block this front side defensive end that's over him. He could crack back like he does in his play. He could climb immediately to a linebacker. And as a defender, you're trying to figure out where the point of attack is. You always want to outgap them, outman. Everybody has a gap. And no matter what happens up front from an offensive lineman perspective, if an offensive lineman moves, your gap moves as well. So if I have B gap and the offensive lineman is blocking down, then B gap is moving. You have to stay in B gap. So the principle is offense and defense. We're always having this beautiful dance of trying to understand where the point of attack is, where the leverage is, and what gap assignment do you have? Because all it takes is one person to not be in their gap defensively, and you have a touchdown. Let's continue on.
This then was one of the structures that Georgia had to beat, and they had a variety of ways that they could do this, both with the run game and with play action passes. Here,
remember what I said. Variety. Play calling isn't just, did I call a play and people were open? No, it is layering. You have to layer your playbook. Layering means, just think about it, if you're a person that go out and you got an outfit on. You might have you a t-shirt on, you might have a button up on, you might have a cardigan on, and you got the pea coat on. You might even have a pocket scarf. Layers show you the depth of your outfit. The same way you layer an outfit, you got to layer your playbook. You can't run one play and say that's the only play we got off that. Because what happens if they shut that play down? What do you got as a play? See, you got to be thinking 3 steps ahead. Hey, I'm going to run this play right here in the run, but what do I got in the pass game? Do I got a play action off of that? And he does a great job of showing you multiple formations. He does a great job of showing you variations to these formations, but he runs things that complement them off of that. Complement. Here we go.
for example, we see another formation where Georgia has that wing tight end lined up off the line of scrimmage. Like on the last play, Ohio State's running 3 buzz and bringing their short side safety down into the box to that side, giving them an extra defender over that tight end and using him to match him if he crosses the formation. To attack this assignment, Georgia's just going to target him in 2 different directions. First, they're going to hit him with that same kind of crossing action by the tight end, and as we saw in the last play, this is going to pull him inside and toward the line of scrimmage as if to defend the run. They're then going to take the wide receiver at the top of the screen and run him on a dig route, attacking over the...
There you go. Principles. Notice, the tight end is still blocking back in the same area. And this is because they want to show you the same thing, but give you a slight variation. So when he blocks back, Ohio State's check and Ohio State's adjustment is, hey, we're getting killed in the run game because this tight end is up here causing havoc, blocking back on our guys. So what do? Their check is to bring a safety down in the box. If you bring a safety in the box, that means you have less people, boys and girls, to do what? Defend the pass. Not only do you need to have the same action as if it's a run, you actually have to have the right combination of receiver and the route behind it in order to hit right where the defender left. You bring a linebacker up here, we already know what your answer is. That's called watching film. They see Monken already understands what their tendencies are. He's watched on film and understands that when you get in these type of alignments, Ohio State's tendency is to bring a safety in the box. So your thought is, yeah, I'm going to run that, but what the heck am I going to do to set them up? See, the chess match happens during the week, not on Sundays. And you always can tell who's a creative play caller because they always anticipate the next move of what the defense is going to do. Here we go. I'm just showing you. Let it roll. Let it roll.
Just going to target him in 2 different directions. First, they're going to hit him with that same kind of crossing action by the tight end, and as we saw in the last play, this is going to pull him inside and toward the line of scrimmage as if to defend the run. They're then going to take the wide receiver at the top of the screen and run him on a dig route, attacking over the middle into exactly the space that safety's vacating with his run responsibility. When the ball's snapped and the tight end starts to work across the formation, we see the safety falling back with him, opening up this space down the short side hash. The wide receiver's dig route then works over the middle and into that area, and the Bulldogs pick up a nice 22-yard gain on 2nd and 4.
Notice, also goes to tendencies. So he says what? Bring that back. They ain't catch that.
Down the short side hash. The wide receiver's dig route then works over the middle and into that area, and the Bulldogs pick up a nice 22-yard gain on 2nd and 4.
See, this went over heads. 2nd and 4. Traditionally, 2nd and 4 is a what? It's a rundown. Most people would believe that you're running on 2nd and 4. You only need 4 yards. So even with the layered playbook, you also have to layer your tendencies. See, he knew that in 2nd and short yardage, Ohio State was going to bring the safety down. So he already knew, let's break tendency here. In 2nd and 4, they're going to bring the safety down, which also helps you scheme people open. It's a chess move. This is the reason why when we talk about certain things, I got problems with people, because when they're talking about whether a quarterback is good or not, or he's just not, he drifts back in the pocket way too much, bro, you're dumbing it down to a point where you don't know what you're talking about. A lot of what you can do to help a quarterback comes down to your scheme. It comes down to your principles. It comes down to your breaking tendencies. And it's understanding what way can I get easier throws. This is Stetson Bennett. This ain't Josh Allen. This ain't Lamar Jackson. This ain't Joe Burrow. This is Stetson Bennett against one of the best defensive teams. But you know what Todd Monken understood? I understand his limitations. So what I got to do is I got to scheme him up some stuff. I got to be able to be a step ahead of the defensive coordinator, because I know they got better talent than we do, particularly at the quarterback position. What do you think is going to happen if he got a quarterback that actually can move and diagnose and do some things? You're in trouble. That's why you're able to get 21 yards, because you outflanked him. You understood what the assignment was. Wide open. Anybody can make that
What
throw.
I found really interesting, though, was how Georgia was able to attack that buzz safety's assignment in the run game. Here's another play with Georgia putting a wing tight end up at the top of the screen into the short side of the field, giving the Bulldogs 3 blockers to the right of center. Again, we've got Ohio State bringing a safety down into the box in 3 buzz, giving the Buckeyes a 4-on-3 advantage to this side. So from the defense's perspective, so far, so good. In spite of this, Georgia's going to run the ball to the right here, and they're going to get a huge gain out of it. So how are they actually doing this? This is where we see our first use of one of those tight end plus formations that I mentioned at the beginning of the video. First, Georgia's going to get rid of that buzz safety by bringing their wing tight end across the formation, making him the 3rd blocker to the left of center.
Remember, when you move and you utilize motion, you can pull people like gravity. Large motion, large bodies in space, they pull matter to them. So when he moves, you're forcing the defense to shift and move as well. And always remember, the problem I've always had with the Cleveland Browns were they were never disciplined enough to be multiple in their formations, multiple with the way they moved, because they would always have pre-snap penalties. They couldn't get lined up correctly. They couldn't do the basics. But when you're able to be disciplined and move, what it does, it moves and makes guys think. One of the things you want to do on defense is offense is you want to make a defender have to think when they're tired and getting off blocks. Right now, you can do this when the game is close or it's the first quarter. But what happens if it's on an 8-play drive, a 9-play drive, and you're running the ball, you're mixing it up, you're running play action, but then you're throwing screen passes. When you move guys in motion, it forces them to think while they're tired. Your assignment changes every time somebody moves. So I want to change your assignment 3-4 times if I can. Let's see if you can do that.
The safety is responsible for matching that guy in the run game, and so when the tight end works across like this, the safety falls back with him to become the 4th defender to that side. Now, this movement by itself doesn't hurt the Buckeyes. Before the snap, they were a 4-on-3 to the center's right, and when the tight end and safety cross the formation, that just turns into a 3-on-2, but they still have numbers at the point of attack. So how does Georgia get an advantage here? We'll take a look at this wide receiver lined up at the top of the screen and especially notice his split. He's lined up at the bottom of the numbers while the run blockers and defenders inside of him are just a little bit inside the.
Always remember what I said about formations and where you line up. You want to give yourself natural angles to be able to get and flank people to block people. It's basic strategy. If you look at that receiver, there's a defensive end with his hand in the ground. If I'm a defensive lineman at that position, our coaches would tell us alert crack, because that split says, hey, if that guy blocks down on you, he don't got to crack back on you. He don't got to knock you off your feet. He just got to get in the way. So it's all about getting and developing angles to make your players' jobs easier, right? So always remember.
Numbers, and this puts him in great position to add in as that plus player in this tight end plus alignment. To take advantage of this, Georgia's going to have that guy crack back on Ohio State's linebacker, becoming a third blocker to this side of the formation and allowing the Dogs to get ahead on all three of Ohio State's play side front defenders. When we switch over to the end zone angle, we see that Ohio State's playing with their nose tackle.
Hey, watch how this thing open up. When it works, it works. This is a perfect example of why gap alignment and why gap control and being in your gap counts. Because each one of these defenders has a gap that they are responsible for, and they need to be in it. But watch what they're able to do with this alignment in this tight end. They're able to pull the backside defender and also at the same time use the alignment to have a receiver crack back. Now watch how this thing opens up.
Lined up inside of the right guard and their defensive end outside of the right tackle. That leaves him with a bubble or an open gap in between those two blockers, and that's the gap that the Buckeyes linebacker will be responsible for. After the snap, the right guard and right tackle are just going to block the defensive linemen that are lined up over them, opening up that gap in between them. So the right guard's going to block back on Ohio State's nose tackle, sealing him off to the inside. The right tackle can then kick out the defensive end, opening up a lane for the running back in between those two blocks. From this shot, we can also see why Ohio State wants their buzz safety to fall back to the left of center here. To the left, we see Georgia's tight end, who's crossed the formation to become an extra blocker to this side. Ohio State started the play with a 3-defender triangle to this side, and so the defensive end is going to play outside of the tight end's block. The linebacker is going to play inside of it, and the backside defensive tackle is going to defend the gap in between the left tackle and left guard. As we can see, though, that leaves a gap open inside of the left guard. When the Buckeye safety falls back to match the tight end to this side, then that's the gap that he needs to take away. And from this shot, we can really clearly see that if that safety weren't coming downhill here, then the running back would have the chance to get through that lane for a nice gain. To return to the play side then, we've already seen that Georgia's attacking the lane in between the right guard and the right tackle, and that Ohio State's linebacker right here is responsible for taking away that gap. Georgia's crack block by this wide receiver then is meant to take out that linebacker, allowing the running back to get outside and down the sideline for a 21-yard gain. If Ohio State wants to play 3 buzz, then these tight end plus alignments are going to be a real problem because basically Georgia's using their wing tight end to get rid of one defender, and then they're bringing in that plus blocker to gain an advantage.
See how this is? But you'll tell people, you'll have people in the media that'll tell you, oh, no, G. Bush, no. Listen, this ain't, they're just soft up front. Or they need to go get a left tackle. What? What are you talking about, bro? You ain't break it down. It's about gap alignment. It's about what your scheme is. It's about a lot of different things other than just saying that they're soft up front, their offensive line is terrible, and then going to look at EPA. I'm going to look at EPA. It's a stat that encompasses everything. No, what encompasses everything is this doggone film. This is what encompasses it. When you get in these film rooms and you looking around and you put your hand in the dirt, they ain't bringing up no stats. They saying, did you get blocked? Is you in your gap? What did they do? This is the point I'm trying to prove to y'all. Right now, it's so bad out here in these streets. It's because they done let these folks jump up and down. It's the only industry where you don't got to know nothing and you get a microphone. But we're not going to do it no more. Because guess what? Over here, we going to do this every week.
If Ohio State wants to stop this, then they need to make a call that gives them a permanent 4th defender to this side of the formation.
See the chess match? Again, it's the same formation. The chess match is, okay, well, now they're using this tight end position and they're using that crackback. So what does Ohio State have to do? They're going to have to figure out what we do to get a permanent defender in the box.
And here they're going to do this with a coverage called 3 Cloud. As we saw with 3 Buzz, though, in 3 Cloud, the Buckeyes are still vulnerable to the play-action passing game. Here we see Georgia with 2.
Now, mind you, remember what I told you. It's not just the formation. It's not just one play. It's knowing that, guess what? I got one play. What we working off this. We've done a good job of talking about the run. Boys and girls, let's talk about the play action pass that comes off of this, and you'll see where you can get gashed. So we've seen a regular drop back pass. We've seen the run game with a crackback tight end. And now we're going to see the play action pass where there's 3 different variations of what you're running on the same formation.
Tight ends up at the top of the screen, and like on the last play, Ohio State's running 3 Cloud, with their cornerback walked up as a 4th defender on the edge, and the boundary safety dropping back to play a deep outside third. Georgia's going to get after this look with a pretty nice play-action fake. The offensive line's all going to slide to the left, making this look a lot like the zone plays into the boundary that Georgia likes to run. With the line sliding to the left, quarterback Stetson Bennett turns into the running back and shows the back of his jersey to the linebackers, causing them to pursue and step toward the line of scrimmage.
The importance of selling a fake here. You ask, what is Todd Monken going to preach to Shedeur Sanders? Is the beauty of this play. This play only works if Stetson Bennett is able to sell that this is a run outside, run to the left. He turns his back fully. Now, this is a scary thought because watch his back being turned. In the NFL, if you don't sell that fake and they don't believe it, they're going to put a helmet right in your neck. They're going to put you in the first row if you don't sell it. So it takes some sort of faith to say, I'm going to turn my back fake, but watch the action coming backside. As you can already see, the tight end to that side is leaking out to the right-hand side, and watch the backside tight end. Watch the backside tight end. He's going to be open, and all you need is a couple of seconds, Shedeur, to get this ball to Harold Fannin Jr. All you need is a couple. This is why you ask yourself, why does Todd Monken like Isaiah Likely and multiple tight ends and Likely and all the Mark Andrews? It's because when you have multiple tight ends, you have 2 people in the field that can both catch the ball and are blocking threats. When you can do that, you can do run and pass and do it in a high level.
They're then going to sneak one of their tight ends out behind those linebackers on a crossing route over the middle. After meshing with the running back, Bennett keeps the ball and rolls to the right, finding his tight end in the space that this run fake has created in the middle of the field.
Is that a Josh Allen Howler arm? Was that a 45-yard pass down the line? Was that he's a top 5 quarterback? No. You know why it works? It's because it was schemed open. Take the layup.
Find those linebackers on a crossing route over the middle. After meshing with the running back, Bennett keeps the ball and rolls to the right, finding his tight end in the space that this run fake has created in the middle of the field.
Easy money. Easy money. Easy money. Easy money. As you can see, boys and girls, and we appreciate. As you can see, let me bring this back on. Give me a second. Should turn on here. It's here in the heartbeat. As you can see, this is what we're talking about. This is showing you how you're able to use Harold Fannin Jr. When the Browns get all these tight ends, and I say you need to block a tight end, you need another guy. You need a guy that's a threat on the line of scrimmage, and Harold Fannin Jr. already is going to be a pass catcher. But see the way they move the guys around. You see the formations. That's just one of them. They like to run that tight end heavy package, and those are some of the things that you can expect the Cleveland Browns to do with Todd Monken with this team. You see, it's time out for this. Next week, let's talk about the bunch formation. I'm going to tell you how the bunch formation, how Todd Monken utilizes bunch formations to sneak people and get wide open plays. And Isaiah Bond, if you're watching, this one's for you. You should be envisioning. If you want Mekhi Lemon, this is for you. If you want Carnell Tate, watch it next week. Because these are all things These are all things that the Cleveland Browns will be using to get guys open. So I'm done just telling you why do I think this? Or why do I think this? The game is different. Don't come on here telling me about arguing about Josh Allen, who a top 10 quarterback and EPA and he's not good. I'm going to show you why I think Shedeur Sanders or guys in this offense are going to be great based on the film. After today, y'all might as well just chalk it up. I'm not going to be arguing with y'all no more. For what? For what? If you want to argue with them, go right ahead on Twitter. I'm sure they'll have something inflammatory next week. But if you want to be educated on what the Cleveland Browns are going to do and you want to learn about football, this is the place to be, right here in the barbershop. We will talk about what the tight end position will be. We will talk about Juckins. We will talk about some of the splits and alignments that he likes to use. We'll show what they did in Baltimore with some of these things. But if you want to keep arguing with these folks as they put out this garbage nonsense, go ahead. But all I'm going to do is tell you it's a junk food diet. Sometimes you got to eat some fruits and vegetables. Sometimes you can't have pizza every day. And right now, it's a lot of lazy people that refuse to cook home-cooked meals out here going to get these Big Macs every single day. Now, you can say G. Bush is a Duke of knee-jerk, but one thing you're not going to ever say is you're not going to do that. You're not going to bring it up. You're not about to show these folks this film. And if you want to be a member, this is some of this content that we give during the season. During the season, you're going to want to be a member because we give film breakdowns of the actual games. The actual game, not the games that they thought. Because here's what happens. Think about it. Here's the reason why everybody that be over here fights so difficult with people saying, he just admit he's not good. He's not good. No, you just admit you didn't watch no film. Let me just keep it real. How is it that you trying to convince, this is crazy work. How is it that you trying to convince us that you done watched all these games and you don't even like the Browns? You got a whole nother team. These dudes, bro, it's getting bad. These dudes, I don't understand it. These dudes covering the team rooting for other squads, bro. How? How is it? How you going to convince me that you watched the game when my team and your team played at the same time? How? How is that possible, bro? These dudes literally got other squads and they trying to convince me that they watching the, no. Here's the reason it don't be working. Because everybody over here that come over here, we do film review. So when you saying that, oh, he didn't play well or have no throws, lies. Because guess what? Everybody over here done sat in them Tuesday and Wednesdays and watched all these throws and plays. And we done looked at the good and the bad. How? How you got a whole nother squad? You don't even live over there. You live in the city limits. You got a whole other team, and they playing the same time. And you trying to tell me what I should be telling about the Browns. How? What? Come on, man. Come on, bro. Say I'm lying. Say I'm lying. You ask them, do they like the team? No. I don't be rooting for them like that, bro. You got a bunch of dudes that it'd be crazy to me. To each his own. But over here, we're going to talk about the Browns. Yeah, I'll be rooting for all these other teams. Come on now. This is wild work. I don't even understand it. I don't even get it. I don't even understand it, bro. This is crazy. Let's talk about this. We're going to bring it home the way we do. 2,000 people in here, hit the like button, bro. I know it's kind of rough for some people today. I know it's rough. G. Bush came out with the film work. He done brought the film work out now. He already told us that the quarterback wasn't in 26. I thought he was going to come with regular receipts. We ain't got no retort for this. Yeah, you ain't got nothing to say about that. Don't at me. You do not at me. It should be good and quiet on a Saturday. We got to it early. Let me keep cooking. Let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this. Why not you? My problem with this whole situation is, and it bleeds into this. I'm tired of people telling me about what can't be done. And the people that's telling you what can't be done ain't never did nothing. I done won championships at every level. I understand how the locker room works. I understand what it is. The difference between civilians and athletes is civilians live on limitations, not athletes. We're delusional. And the only way you get to the top of the mountain is being delusional. And instead of you thinking about why you can't do something, you should be saying, why not you? Why not us? Why not you? Why not us? Because you lack the spirit. You lack the drive. You lack the intestinal fortitude to be delusional. I'm about to get it. Success only comes with high levels of delusion. There was a time period when nobody in my life, not even my parents, was actually 1,000% knew that I would make it. There was times when I was sleeping on couches, there was 1,000% that we don't know if we'll make it. But you know what? I was delusional. I told myself it's the only way that was going to happen. And for a lot of people, they'll never understand that because they'll never put themselves in a position where they even think that way. So how is it that they're going to tell you as we sit up here and talk about what's possible with a coach who said, I thought I'd never be a head coach and I'm here, with a 5th round quarterback they thought it was left for dead that's here, with a black general manager, and ain't that many black general managers, there's like 2 that's here. Why not you? But you preach the praises of the Patriots and how they do it. But you preach the praises of the Eagles and all these other teams. But you sit there and you tell the people of your city that your city ain't good enough. It's a dumpster fire. Everything can and will happen. And you still you promulgate that stuff, that noise. Why? You ain't telling us about us. You telling them about yourself. You don't think that you can make it. One Bible scripture comes to mind. One Bible scripture, you have not because you ask not. It's a well-known statement from James 4:2, which reads, you covet and cannot obtain, so you fight and quarrel. You do not have because you do not ask. This couldn't hit the same. You have not because you ask not. You know why? We don't got it because we don't ask for what we really want. We want the trophy. We want to be the best. So how is it that you telling us that we can't be it if you're afraid to say it? If you're afraid to say, I want to be the best at this, I want to be the greatest, I want to be this, I want to be successful, I want to have a solid marriage, I want to be a good father, I want to take care of my parents. If you can't say that out loud, how is it that you ever gonna get that? You have not because you ask not. That's half the problem with y'all. Because the second part is even more damning. You covet and cannot obtain. You covet a quarterback but can never get one. You covet a winning culture, but you don't never preach about one. You want to look at everybody's quarterback. You want Josh Allen. You want to sit up in Cleveland and talk about the Bills, and sit up in Cleveland and talk about the Bengals, and sit up in Cleveland and talk about the Jets, the Giants, the Dolphins, the Broncos. You want everything that they got, but you can't attain it. Why? Because you can't, and you don't ask for it. And then when you ask for it, you don't even really mean it. So guess what happens? You fight and quarrel. And what half the time we do in the media, sit up here and fight and argue about whether the quarterback's in this year's class or next year's class, about some 18 to 24-year-old kid that ain't even threw a snap in the league. And you talk about Heat Mendoza is better than this guy right now. You sound crazy. You do not have because you do not ask. The phrase addresses the root of unfulfilled desires amongst believers. It serves as an exhortation to approach God with sincere petitions rather than succumbing to envy and strife. You write about envy and strife. You write about quarreling and strife and whose fault was it? And it's a dumpster fire. You do that because you ain't never asked for nothing and ain't never succeeded at nothing and never was vulnerable enough to put yourself out there and say, I want to do it at the highest level. It's the reason why some of y'all got a problem with people being like Shedeur Sanders. Because they ask for it, because they go for it, because they put themselves out there and they ain't unapologetic to say, I believe in my ability, what I can do, and I'm standing on it. You say that's arrogance. You say you need to be humble. I actually would say you need to take a picture out of that man's book. Because if you had that heart, that integrity, if you had that level of drive, maybe you might not be in Cleveland where you don't want to be and be on the national scene instead of fitting. You know what? Sorry. That's the problem, G. Bush. You're going too quick. This is the problem. You're auditioning, but all you do is fight and quarrel because you don't ask for it. Instead of building what you got up over here, you're always coveting somebody else's joint. Stop looking at other people's wives. Stop looking at other people's houses. Stop looking at other people's kids. Stop going around doing all of this nonsense when you could be building something you can stand on. I know when people, it ain't what people, I told you today, you was going to get the whole smorgasbord, and we ain't done yet. We're not done. After today, it stops. Because what I want is people that's willing to look at their team and coalesce and start talking about what we're doing. Because I ain't doing no more narrative talk. We done with it. We on to planning. You can win wars. Everybody can win a war. But the question is, how can you unite your people after you done won? How can you govern? How can you govern? And let me just ask you, why not you? Why not us?
Why not? My personal question to you is, why not you? Why not you? I wish I could say that to each of you individually. Why not see what kind of person you can become? Why not see how many people you can rescue from oblivion? Why not? You've got to stay here till you go. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Why not you?
Human beings, we're a blip in existence. Death is promised. So what do you do with your life? How do you make the most of it? How do you make your voice the loudest?
Eventually, you are going to have to jump. You cannot just exist in this life. You have got to try to live. If you're waking up thinking that there's got to be more to your life than it is, man, believe that it is. But to get to that life, you're going to have to jump.
Everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. And you can change it. You can influence it. You can mold it. The minute that you understand that you can poke life and actually something will pop out the other side, that's maybe the most important thing.
I always felt like I could do anything. That's the main thing people are controlled by. Thoughts, their perception of themselves. They're slowed down by their perception of themselves. If you're taught you can't do anything, you won't do anything. I was taught I could do everything.
When you had that third failure in a row, did you think, I need to pack this in?
Never.
Why not?
I don't ever give up. I mean, I'd have to be dead or completely incapacitated.
It's the what if I can pull off a fucking miracle. What if I can become someone that no one thinks I can be? What if I can be that guy that people who call nigger and this and that, and now I'm speaking at Tom Ferry's fucking event. What if?
I asked the question, why not you? And now here's my last question. My very last question on the questions to ponder is, why not now? There never was a better time.
Why not you? Why not now? It ain't never been a better time than right now. And the great thing about sports is it don't matter what other people think. It matters what you, people in the locker room, and the people that care and love you think about it. See, you may not agree with all those people that you just saw, but the only difference between you and them is even if you don't agree what they was talking about, you can't take one thing away from them. They got to be dead for them to stop. If you out there and you got your YouTube channel, people ask me every day, G. Bush, I want to know how, I want to do media. I want to do this. I want to do this. You know what I tell them? I said, what's the key? Get up, do a video. No matter how many views it get, no matter how great it was, no matter whether or not it got a bunch of likes or whether or not it was good, bad, lighting sucks, get up the next day and do another one. Then get up the next day and do another one. And get up the next day and do another one. And even after you done videos every day for 2 years and nobody likes you and you think that you want to stop, the only difference between you and successful people is they ain't never stopping. Ever. So you got to decide whether or not you're going to let people tell you what you can and can't be in life, or you're going to continue to put it together day after day. And eventually what'll happen is that momentum, that traction, delayed consequences, delayed successes. See, the success you got today started off as small little steps the day before, small little practices. And for me, my goal is motivate, continue to show. I always tell people, I don't know what's going to happen on no platform at all. I don't know what's going to happen on the Bleacher Report. I don't know what's going to happen in UCSS. I don't even know. I started a new show. Shout out to everybody supporting with me and Earl and Tyvis on the Barbershop Final Cut. Shout out to all the members. Hey, I got members right now, but who knows in 2 years? I don't know, maybe I might have no members. But you know, the only thing that I can control is getting up every single day and delivering the best content I can. I don't know. Any platform that I'm going to go on, I'm going to dress, I'm going to look, I'm going to have energy, and I'm going to give 1,000%, whether it's a YouTuber that's on the street, that's trying to get on, or whether I'm on UCSS with a bunch of people looking, or whether I'm doing a post-game conversation. I don't care. I'm going to bring it every single time. That's just me. I don't respect nobody. It ain't no difference. I'm going to show up. I'm going to put on. Yeah, I had a nice video last week. Who cares about your video last week, dog? What you got this week? That's what the people in the barbershop want. They don't care what you did 7 weeks ago. They don't care what the video looked like 2 weeks ago. What that video, did that move? Did this video, the only thing I care about is, did this move at least one person? All I got to do is move one person. And I did what I was supposed to do. If it was one view, I wouldn't care. But if I was able to put this into the atmosphere and people resonated with it and say, man, I came away from that feeling re-energized, motivated, happy, a little bit sad, encouraged, and overall, I enjoyed myself. That's what it's for. And what I always tell people is you may not agree with me, but the difference between me and you is you ain't going to do it. You're not going to turn the camera on at 9 o'clock on your day off and just go in because you love it. You got to wait till somebody pay you. You got to wait till somebody say something. You got to wait till you feel good. Nah, when they didn't give me no job, I said, I'm going to go in and I'm going to use my gifts to the best of my ability. And I don't know if one person going to listen, but I'm going to put my all into it. So if you agree with me, you can say that. Guess what? We can agree to disagree in a quarterback situation. But guess what? You're not about to do what I'm doing. And let me tell you, I'm not special. You can too. I ain't special. You want to go back to school? You can do it. You want to lose some weight? You can do it. One day at a time. You want to learn how to walk again? You can do it. I done seen my brother lose the ability to walk, and he walking now. Couldn't walk. You want to get yourself that you ain't out of pain? Your neck hurt, your back hurt. I know some painful people out there. You can do it. If you want to beat cancer, you can do it. But the first thing you got to start doing is telling people, even the people that's closest to you, I need people that's delusional. Give me one or two delusional people over these fair weather people. I take it every day and twice on Sunday. I know you came for a Browns conversation, but I gave you a little life. The same reason they hate on the Browns and tell you all that nonsense, guess what? It's the same reason you go to work and they be hating. The same reason. What? They tell you the Browns can't be good. Tell you the Browns can't be good. Why? Because you don't have those expectations for your life. Note to self. Find some people that's like-minded, lift each other up, support each other, leave the rest of that nonsense alone. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. We're going to talk. Leave to the super chats. If my camera cut out, it just cut out a little bit. Let's do it. Mike Stephanie says, Todd Monken is reminding me of Sean Payton. You can bring that championship to the spot. I'll take it. Bring that championship to the spot. 2,000 people. Hit the like button. Hit that share button too. They need this one. They need this one. Joe Batonio has a fake block film and needs to move on. Miss Bell. Hey, can you imagine Miss Bell be the general manager? Can you imagine them general manager meetings with Miss Bell? Let me pull it. Joe, can you explain this? Can you explain this block right here, Joel? Shout out to Mr. Johnson 402 for becoming a member. We appreciate you. Prentice Premier, we appreciate you as well. The pub is pretty sweet. It's a pretty sweet horse head. People probably like you. I think it's probably expensive too. You know, he got good taste. Ms. Bell says, I love Todd Monken. He controls the narrative. Cleveland media ain't ready. I'll keep saying it. He's a player's coach. We're playoff bound. I stand on it. I think the Browns gonna shock a lot of people. They're gonna shock a lot of people. A lot of people this year. Miss Melanator says Todd Monken will make everyone accountable. That's what it's about. That's what it's about, holding the accountability. You know what I'm saying? Lindsay Away says Coach Monken has spoken with all the players, especially Shedeur, Deshaun, DG, about what he wants from each. The competition is on. Which one of them is going to deliver? I agree. He didn't spoke to everybody. Everybody got their papers. Everybody knows where they are. That in the quarterback competition, he done told people, hey, this is where I see from you. This is what we want to expect. And this is what we're trying to look for. Those are things that they're doing right now in real time. He's already done it. Ben Scott, I'm here for number 2, but does 95 have followers? Man, but 95 got all the followers, bro. I mean, come on, man. See, this is the thing that we got to realize too. This is the thing that we also got to realize is a lot of situations where people there's a lot of situations where people try to make, they got to have a villain. And this is my problem that with a lot of the coverage is, it's like they got to have a villain. Like, and they've been consistently trying to make the Myles Garrett thing an issue, but nobody thinks this is an issue. The only issue, the media only has an issue with him. Fans are like, Myles Garrett shows up, he plays every game, and he gets sacks. What is the issue? Like, they keep trying to make this thing, this strife and this, like, conflict. No, it don't work that way. Like, everybody's like, yeah, Myles Garrett, Todd Monken came here because he's like, I got one of the best defenders and the best defender in the game. My job is to get this offense together. Fresh start with Kelly Michelle. A side note, I caught our boys. We loving talking about their time with the Browns. Hayden 23 and Landry 80 on 4th and South. Watch 33, 37 to 46, 10. They still have a lot. They still have love for us. Chef Zay with us yesterday. Fire. We appreciate you, Kelly Michelle. Hey, listen, there's a lot of people, and when you talk about this, there's a lot of individuals that they really be on that. Like, they don't have no problem with the people of Cleveland because they know how the people of Cleveland treat them. Like, all these players don't be having no problem in Cleveland. Their beef is with the way the media be portraying stuff. The beef is, think about playing in a city and you feel like your own press don't like you. Think about playing in a city where you feel like they always trying to figure out a negative way to put something. Like, it's frustrating because you're supposed to, in other cities, in the Bills, the Bills, the fans they love the Bills. The Packers, fans love the Packers. Like, they actually show love to but sometimes the way it's portrayed is like you're an enemy inside your own city, which is kind of crazy to me. And look, I'm not saying that you gotta blow smokes up people's backsides and you gotta, you got to sugarcoat everything and try to make sure, like, me, y'all watch my post games. If the Browns be taking L's, I be going crazy. I be emotional as anybody. But at some point, dog, give it a rest. I mean, good gracious, bro. It's like, bro, you act like somebody is holding you at knife point to cover the Browns. Is crazy to me, man. It's like, it could be worse, a lot worse. David Javon, we appreciate you so much. Thank you for the super chat and welcome to the team. Actually, thank you for becoming a member. If Ben Scott 9708, if 95 has followers, where you at? We always see, me, I'm a follower. Fresh start with Kelly Michelle. Appreciate you for becoming a member, Kelly Michelle. Ben Scott, I'm for the Browns by number 2. Who else is as bad as 2? I don't think that many people. Hans A. Johnson. Lack of confidence is something Monken doesn't want on his team. New Cleveland identity is getting a tough guy mentality. Let's go Browns. Like, that's what we on. That's what we on. Part of you ever had, let me just tell you this. I done seen this happen, right? I'm gonna use this example. Rehabilitating men is different from trying to rehabilitate women. Watch, one of the hardest people in the world to date or to have a relationship is with a man who has had his heart broken. Let me tell you something. If you dealing with a man that didn't had his heart broken, there's layers to this. Because what you're gonna find is every time that you get close, there's a roadblock. You're going to find a roadblock in communication. You're going to find a roadblock in insecurity. He might be doing over masculine things. He might be into sabotaging behavior. Ladies, let me know if I'm right. I mean, it's hard dealing with a dude that, because you're not dealing with him. You dealing with the leftover extra insecurity stuff that he dealt with before. And so it take a patient woman to deal with a person, a man that had it, especially you dealing with a dude that might even be somewhat, you notice this? It's a lot of successful men that seem to be like serial single guys, because what happens is that success you got can mask a lot of things. You can say, I don't need nobody. I can pay my bills the way I want. I can live the way I want. I drive this car the way I want. I don't need nothing. And if that person get on, why you think it's difficult for people in Hollywood to stay together? The finances don't keep you together. You do whatever you want. And you got enough money to live in a different coast if you want to. So when you're dealing with a person like that, it takes a lot of patience to deal with a person, because with a man, see, women are nurturers. Like, dudes just want respect. Like, just respect me, bro. Like, you can love me, love or respect me. But when a dude get his heart broken, it's like you're gonna have to fight long and hard, and he might relapse. But when you actually get him, and he understand that you different, that you ain't playing no games, that I was here before, I'm still gonna be here, and I'm still around. I ain't gonna give you no excuse. I ain't gonna let you get no excuses. I ain't even gonna put yourself in a situation, because I'm telling, look, there's some dudes out here, you be like, listen, it start getting too, you be starting to look for a reason to be mad. Nope, I ain't giving you no reason, right? So I'll give the analogy of, there's a lot of Cleveland Browns players that done, for lack of a better term, been heartbroken, losing games you ain't supposed to lose. Don't feel like the media mess with you. Taking L's after L's. The coaching staff being vague with you. Like, dog, you won't even tell me what my role is on the team. So when Todd Monken is coming over trying to take over from all these past regimes, he's trying to instill a level of confidence that, like, look, bro, you can play. You good. I seen you play. I recruited you. Quinshawn, you've been nice at Ohio State. You won a national championship. Don't let what happened here with these other dudes get you to a point where you don't see that you nice. You got to rehabilitate to a point. You got to get Myles Garrett to come back and be like, I actually believe we can be great. I think we should be great. You see what I'm saying? So it's a rehabilitation process, and it's about building trust, and it's pouring into people. It's giving them that encouragement, letting them know that, yes, that's where it starts. It's to build them back up to say, guys, each one and every one of you guys came from a winning program. Guys in the room, raise your hand if you won a championship when you was in Little League. Raise your hand, championship. How many state championships do we got in here? How many All-Americans have been in here? High school. Let me see the hands of the college national championships. All right? Guys, you were leaders on those teams. You were catalysts on those teams. You didn't forget that. It's in you. You didn't forget it. It's in your DNA. Championship DNA don't go away. All we got to do is rekindle it. Polish it up a little bit. That's all we got to do. And let us do that. I got some things that we can do to fast forward that process a little bit. I got a little tonic I could put on that little silver or gold, shine that up. But you got the championship DNA. It's there. You just got to remind the players that it's there. Patrick Williams, I love how Coach handles the media. He don't take no ish from them, right? They going to have a tough year. Y'all better get y'all's line of questioning together. He ain't going to play with you. I know, G, it took me a minute, but you and Rosie, I have love y'all. and I want to come back and home and visit. Hashtag New Cleveland Studio. Shout out to Kelly Michelle, man. She pulled up back in the day, man. She pulled up to one of our. It was when we first got this house. We had a party, right? We had a birthday party. It was crazy. This was when I first started. We had fans and everything. She came through. We appreciate you. Shout out to you coming through. Now, yeah, I don't think if I had a party now, if I had a party now, I think it might be a couple too many people. I don't think we got parking. But shout out to it was fun though. It was real fun though, man. Nancy says, did you tell the 3 new old lineman guys that they are supposed to lose? They talk about changing the culture and winning. All 3 came from winning teams. Their mindsets is different. Facts. I told, bro, everything I be saying, somebody said, man, people still mad that the Browns won games last year. Again, how many times I keep trying to tell y'all? I told you in real time when it happened. Say, hey, Shedeur, you want to really make people mad? Win them games. And guess what? It came to pass. They won them 2 games and they mad still. These offensive linemen coming from winning teams. What, you want them to lose too? Also, you can get another quarterback that you just can't wait to build up to tear down. I'm telling you, bro, it's a sick process. It's sick, bro. You just drafted. People talk about if the quarterback don't work out. People advocating taking Ty Simpson. If it don't work out, it don't cost you that much money. You just took 2 quarterbacks last year. You just had DTR a couple of years ago. How many you want? You said the quarterback was in this year's class. Now the quarterback is in next year's class. Guys, we just got to come to the conclusion. No, and guess what? I'm going to tell you this. Bring the receipts. Can somebody tell me, I want a name. I need a name in the media. Can somebody give me one? There was only one person who told you weeks ago, before the season started in 2026. Remember, the quarterback's in 26. The quarterback's in 20. Remember I told you that? Prior to Cade Clubbing, prior to Nussmeier, prior to Aller, prior to Arch Manning and Sellers. I was the only one. Where the receipts at? Talk your stuff real quick, G. Bush. Talk your stuff. Sometimes humble don't pay. Sometimes you got to show people. Y'all better stop arguing with me because you've been losing for 2 years. You've been losing for 2.5 years arguing. And you just keep going back, trying to get your wins. I'm up 30,000 to 1. There's one guy in the media, 1, 0, 1, who told you these dudes ain't like that. Who's the dude that told you Dante Moore better take his butt back to school? Me. Who's the dude told you, we got the Browns mockade club? Stop playing. These guys is now 5th, 6th round day. Who told you I don't want to talk about Drew Aller? None. I need a name, somebody. Because all the mock draft dudes last year said so. So now, what? I think that means I beat McShay and Brugler, and I think I beat all the local guys because y'all did shows all last year about it, right? Oh, who was the only dude that told you? Malik Willis and Kyler Murray. And who told you nobody was coming? Never wavered. So why is it that you feel you somehow got an opinion that's higher than when I just kicked for 2 years? What happened to Kevin? Did I tell you that? I'm just asking. Just asking. There's only like one. Can somebody retort that? All right, I'm just asking. Just asking. Lindsay away. I'm good with 2, but I love that Coach Monken backed every quarterback in the room, including Dylan Gabriel, when asked about day one. He showed real integrity. The media will keep misreading his players, and Coach Monken will check them. I love it because here's the thing. He understands that you can't do what they did before. You don't build another person up to tear another person down. The problem, how they got caught up last year, was they made Dylan Gabriel, they gave him all of these inflated superlative, supercomputer. He's mobile. He fast as Mike Vick now. He got an arm. And guess what? All them people that were singing the praises of Dylan Gabriel now mystically want to try to tell you nobody was saying that. Liar. You see the footage speaks for itself. There was multiple people. Shout out to Jackie Truth. Because Jackie Truth has it out there with multiple hosts saying this guy Dylan is this, that, and the third. The problem is it's disrespectful to Dylan Gabriel because what you did to him is you used that man as a human meat shield. You weren't never interested in seeing Dylan Gabriel was going to be able to be good. You were never interested in it. You were only using him as a muse, as an opposition to say why you didn't want Shedeur Sanders to play. You did it from day one. It's the exact same reason that you trying to tell me you believe. Who told you that was coming? Who told you that the Deshaun Watson, the ground swelling of why Watson is going to play when you said for 3 years he should be cut and you don't want him because of allegations? What are you talking about? I told you that. Can somebody tell me? Because I said that's coming months ago. So you use people as pawns, toy soldiers. You remember them green little toy men? You just line up. Come on, guys. You use them as toy soldiers. You don't want Deshaun Watson to play. You actually don't want Shedeur Sanders to play. Actually, you don't even really care for Dylan Gabriel. Here's what you really want. You want them to go draft another quarterback because it's the self-fulfilling prophecy. Bad quarterbacks equal, you can write articles about how bad they are, and guess what? You can continue the cycle. You don't like no quarterbacks. I don't know, you might not like Arch Manning, but you don't like the quarterbacks we got. You don't like the coach we got. You don't like the GM we got. You don't like the owner. What do you like? You don't like the uniforms. You don't like they moved to Brook Park, but you don't like the stadium down on the waterfront. You don't like the dog pound because it ain't the old dog pound. You don't like the ticket prices or the seating prices. What do you like? I'll wait. What do you like? What do you like? Do you like anything? What do you like? Mike Florio said the Browns showed their hand and believe Shedeur Sanders will be quarterback one. Why would they promote? Why would they promote his jersey? Bro, we've been saying that for bro. They got last year. They had Myles Garrett jerseys and at practice, Myles Garrett, Shedeur Sanders. And he was throwing the trash cans. Come on, bro. Billionaires don't become billionaires for no reason. They just get it done. Billionaires ain't stupid. And the most disrespectful part of it is the dude can actually play. It's like it's kind of wild that you even got to keep throwing that in because they act like, I don't get it, man. But here's the thing. These dudes got problems. I don't know what it is right now. I don't remember people used to do this, but these dudes would be the same people running around mad because Taylor Swift is on TV. I can't stand it. Show Taylor Swift in the box. You're that guy? You really wasted time on a take about a pop star who's cheering for the Chiefs? It'd be a lot of strange behavior, man. It'd be a lot of, what are we doing? This is what we do now? Nasty work, man. Listen, nasty work, bro. You ain't never, ever gonna hear me with a Taylor Swift take ever in my life. Shout out to Taylor Swift. Make as much money and do all the albums you want, my girl. Keep rocking. What I look like? What I look like? This is what we do. And these supposed to be football. These is football guys. It's getting wild out here, bro. Sean G said, listen to me now, believe me. Listen to me now, believe me later. And he been on point. I ain't saying I'm perfect. We all wrong. Sean Watson still didn't get no 4,500 yards. I said he's going to get 45. He didn't get them 4,500. But when it comes to these quarterbacks, when it comes to the quarterback conversation, now all of a sudden, remember when G. Bush was crazy? I said they might have the same quarterback. You're crazy if they bring back the same quarterback room. Seems to me that these guys are still there to OTAs. Listen, I'm not, mind you, I ain't even no beat reporter. I ain't no journalist for nobody. But that record, though, win-loss record, when it comes to what this was looking like with these quarterbacks, I mean, Anthony LaFear. Shedeur had 60% of the Browns wins. The team is improving, but somehow they're supposed to be worse. Just say you don't want them to be successful. Damn. I'm starting to believe they don't. You got to get it. These are people. They're not really, like I said, they don't even watch the team or the games like that, bro. They don't. Just because you cover the team don't mean you want them to be successful, which is kind of difficult for me to understand, but it's the only conclusion that I could come to when you start seeing this stuff happen. I mean, do you really want? But then we got a whole bunch of people that be crying that they took the team in 95. But now that they back, you don't. All right. Nancy says, G, you should try to get Uncle Nelly and Big Dog Chico from Colorado. Shout out to Miss Rosie for holding it down, wrist up. You know, Rosie got a list of them. Hey, Rosie got the list. We're gonna put that on the list. You know, we be having shout out to my people though, too, man. I'm gonna give a big shout out to Money Man, who we done had so far. Big Snacks, B Watts, Money Man, FB Teams, Chef Zay, Simply Ball Dropping. Am I missing anybody? I'm gonna miss nobody. We did epic. Yep, epic Teams, Chefs. We done had an epic run. Boog, shout out to him. Obviously, you know Sean and Darren and Earl, and shout out to my OG Otis in Orlando. Ellis in Orlando. Sorry, OG Ellis in Orlando. He was on Shut It Down. Who else was on? DJ Hazmat was on. We didn't had an epic run with our collaborations, man. If you want to see somebody us collaborate with somebody, hit us up. There's a couple more people that I want to get to. There's a couple dudes I'm trying to work on or whatever. But if you want some collaborations, you want to see us do something, man, it's been great to get just some insight and have different conversations and opinion. Because to me, it's about showing love, bro. It's about showing love and getting with people and really trying to like really big up independent content. So if you want to see us do something, hit us up, fifthdimensionmedia1@gmail.com, fifthdimensionmedia1@gmail.com. Anthony LaFear says Shedeur really should have been 5-2. Buffalo when he hurt his finger on the goal line and they put Gabriel in, that they had the momentum. That game right there, they lost 3 points in that game, right? They took him off the field against Tennessee Titans when he was cooking. That's another loss. The Jets game where they just basically gave up 2 kick returns. So when we talking about how they're going to be worse, I'm like, who told you that? In what world, big dog? On your next mock draft, do a trade proposal with the Raiders to see if they will trade the number 1 for the 6 and 24 in Shedeur. If he leaves, it's going to be dry. You know, it's so funny. I'm going to just keep it real. I don't even think the Browns, I'm going to just be honest with you. The evaluation of who they thought was a good quarterback, to me, is null and void based on who the coach was. The evaluation of them taking Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round tells me all I need to know about what Kevin Stefanski likes in quarterbacks. And I don't know if he know what a good quarterback looks like. Something in my mind tells me they kept Deshaun Watson around because they felt like Deshaun Watson was held back as well. I'm just going to tell you, like, in terms of, like, that's why when people, you could just run that play action type style offense, and that is not working. Stop it. And all you players need to quit doing that, bro. Like, stop coming on these platforms and they ask you these questions and you start falling into these cliches like these other dudes do. They brought you in there for the real. Stop telling me that you can run play action, don't push the ball downfield, play good solid defense, and hope that you're going to beat somebody 13-6 every single game. As a defender, if you don't have options, you're dead. You're done. You out here with predictable options. I just showed you what Todd Monken was doing at Georgia, because when you're playing good teams and you're getting guys around and they got athletes, you think you could come out here running 13 personnel with 3 tight ends, and then you're going to split 1 tight end out to the left. This is so old. Like, no one does this no more. He thought this was cute back in like 2014. So it's Tennessee football. So what he would do is, let's come out with 3 tight ends, because there's 3 tight end packages and 1 running back. That denotes that it's a heavy run formation. So what do? Oh, I tricked you. I got 3 tight ends, but I'm going to split them out. Now you're a nickel. And now we have tight ends on your corners. Well, that would work, fool. But I'll take my corners on your tight ends every single day. You know why? Because a corner won't be threatened by anything a tight end can do. He's not threatening your speed. He's not threatening you over the top. He's not quicker than a corner. He's not faster than a corner. And he does not run crisp enough routes to get a corner off any sort of coverage. So you just spread these dudes out with these tight ends that aren't good pass receivers. And then you throw 3-yard check downs because nobody can get deep and vertical and they can't run routes and they're getting blanketed. And that's the premise of your offense. You couldn't run the ball. Let's talk about your run game. You didn't even know who to scheme up. Guys didn't know who to block. That's the reason Bill Callahan is back, because you were outed. You didn't know anything about the run game, Kevin. Bill Callahan ran your run game. And when Bill Callahan left as the play caller in terms of your run game coordinator, it was all she wrote. Because you didn't even know who to have guys block. Come on. Mike Vrabel had to come in, and this is how crazy this is. Mike Vrabel had to come in and be the offensive line coach after he was just going to be a consultant, just to figure out to get the offensive line. Don't tell me about what they're doing. You know where Bill Callahan is? Back in Atlanta. You know where Alex Van Pelt is? Back in Atlanta. They know what type of fraudulent offense this guy was running. Miss Melanated, they blaming us instead of saying 2 is the best. Why are you blaming us? Listen to what the coach said. Nobody is holding Todd Monken hostage to say this stuff. He gonna tell you who's gonna be the quarterback. He keep offering it up. It was a joy to have each three of them in the room. I don't know if we could believe that. This is dead too. Stop telling me that the Casper the Friendly Ghost anonymous sources that you got, that you can't name, that you can't put a face to, got more pull and sway than the person who just sat up there and a microphone on the record and told you what they think about something. You know how disrespectful that is? That's borderline disrespectful, bro. That means you playing in people's faces. That man told you what he thought about it, and you gonna say, don't believe nothing he said. Believe the imaginary person that I can't tell you who says something that you don't know, that I don't know. Yeah, you probably was one of the dudes talking about, I got a girlfriend, she just don't go to this school. Hey, man, you got a girlfriend? Oh, man, I be dating all kind of girls. You know what I'm saying? They at another school, though. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know her. She be off the grid. You know what I'm saying? I like to keep my stuff. No, you're out here. No. I'm supposed to believe that. You see my girlfriend every day. She right there. But this is why we get off in a tangent. On 2025 stat sheet, they put no reps on Shedeur's side and all the reps on Dylan's side. Then explain how Shedeur, who was too slow to start, has stats that close to a third-round supercomputer. Because it was never a supercomputer. They just said that. This is why it's so tough. Maybe y'all didn't see it. Maybe, and I'm gonna get through it. I'll get through it. I know we've been here a while. This is for people that didn't get it. This is for those that don't get it. Miss Bell, this is why they use words like supercomputer. This is why. Think about what Arthur C. Clarke was really getting at with that third law. When you don't understand the underlying system, you replace knowledge with mythology. Now take that extra idea and drop that into sports media. The analogy is X's and O's are an advanced technology. Imagine an ancient human dropped into a modern NFL film room. Coaches are breaking down coverages pre-snap, identifying leverage, spacing, timing, adjusting based on tendencies and disguises. To a trained mind, it's structured, logical, and almost mathematical. But to someone who doesn't understand it, might as well be magic. In reality, football is an advanced, complex scheme. Rotating safeties post-snap, disguising blitz packages, route combinations designed to manipulate zones. But what does that sound like to the ancient media minds? Hey, he just wanted it more. They don't play with enough heart. The team is soft. Man, they choked. That's not analysis. That's storytelling, filling in for understanding. Just like ancient humans saw a smartphone as a magic mirror, or would see electric light as a captured sun, or maybe even medicine as divine healing. They weren't stupid. They were just operating without access to the system underneath. Now replace them with certain media members. When they watch the game, they're seeing outcomes, emotions, surface level patterns, but not covered shells, route space concepts, protection schemes, timing windows. So instead of saying the defense disguised cover two and baited the quarterback into making a bad throw, they simply say the quarterback just isn't clutch. Why does these narratives always seem to replace knowledge? Well, that's because the human brain hates uncertainty. So when someone doesn't understand something, why a play failed, why the defense actually did, or how a scheme broke down, they subconsciously do what ancient humans did. They create a story that feels true. Oh man, the momentum shifted. Browns have a leadership issue, locker room problem. These are modern day versions of the gods are angry and a curses have fallen upon us. Picture a group of ancient humans watching an airplane fly overhead. Some say it's a god. Some say it's a sign. Some say it carries spirits through the sky. Now picture a group of media members watching a complex offensive breakdown. Some say they don't want it enough. The coach lost the locker room. He's not built for the moment. Same exact behavior, different era, same lack of understanding. The real takeaway here is X's and O's are equal to a science. Narratives actually equal the mythology created when science isn't understood. So when you hear a shallow analysis, you're not just hearing a bad take. You're watching modern day myth making in real time. And I'm telling you right now, for a lot of media members, football, yes, real football, the X's and O's might as well be magic. I'm not saying, and I'm not calling people dumb. Ancient humans weren't dumb. They just didn't have access to information. They didn't understand the system behind what they were actually seeing. But in 2026, with film, with analytics, with access, if you're still breaking games down like it's mythology, that's a choice. So the next time you hear somebody say they just wanted it more, ask yourself, are you listening to a breakdown or are you listening to someone describe a plane like it's a god? Because over here, we don't deal in bins. We deal in the real X's and O's truth. Welcome to the Barbershop. And that's why all of the reps and explain how Shedeur, who's too slow to start, has stats close to a third-round supercomputer. Yeah, they don't get it. Anthony LaFleur, last one. G. Bush, I was looking at your face when Buddy was telling that prison story on Wednesday. Man, I wish I could have heard you and Earl afterwards. I was like, bro. I was like, yeah. You know, the great thing about it is we got a great editing team. Hey, we got a great Rosie was like this. Man, we got a crazy. Always remember, this is why people say, why don't you have a real call-in line? I was like, because call-ins aren't, it's live. Somebody can say something crazy and just off the top of their head and have you looking wild. So yeah, you can't do that. Nancy says, I wish I could get Eric Dickerson on your show. Eric Dickerson, if you're listening, you want to come on, we'll figure it out. We'll definitely figure it out. Shout out to the Hall of Famer himself. Black Angus G, I keep saying it. What has Kev developed on offense? We had 2,000-yard receivers with Freddie, and we haven't seen it since. By the way, that was Baker's second year. Take it a step. He had so Freddie Kitchens had 2,000-yard receivers in a year. Nick Chubb had 1,000+ yards. Baker Mayfield. Think about this. People is talking about like Freddie Kitchens was a laughing stock. I said Freddie Kitchens' offense was better than anything Kevin Stefanski had. He got fired in 1 year. Think about that. It always goes to show you, bro, it's about the way you spin things. It's about the way you spin it forward. Sarita Allen, the media helped to perpetuate the false narrative to keep themselves. Dang, I bring that back. The media helped perpetuate the false narrative to keep themselves relevant. Tape on Shedeur from youth to college tells the true story. But like you said, G. Bush, they're not looking at tape. It's easier to tell a lie rather than seeing the truth. Yeah. Thank you so much for the super chat. You right on that one. Like they perpetuate that. Like there's a level of relevancy that needs to be talked about when it comes to how people view things. And I do think people fight for a space of relevancy when it comes to this flooded market, this new market. Miss Melanie said a hit dog don't holler. Or excuse me, a hit dog will holler. Right. That's a perfect analogy because how many times do I be on here saying that the anti-Shedeur people I don't really talk about them folks. There's probably some people that don't think Shedeur Sanders is good. I just don't. I don't waste my time on it. I talk about why I think they're good. Now, if they want to watch and see why I think he's good and they want to come on around, sure, have at it. But I'm more into telling you why I think he could be good and rather than tell you why the Browns will be trash. Abo West. So the new thing is the Browns are cornered. Gotcha. I mean, the conversation, the cornered. like again, like the whole thing where, remember they was talking about the reason nobody wants to come to the Cleveland Browns is because they want them to write an essay. I'm like, bro, what are y'all talking about? You know, every promotion I ever had in corporate America came along with a project to a proposed plan that was already working in the organization. I had to come up with things and thoughts and different avenues to fix certain problems in organizations. That's what I did. I didn't go in there and be like, you know what? They actually asked me to tell me what I think, why I should have the job. The nerve of them. They be doing, I mean, what are you talking about? Cornered? Like, no. He's like, yo, I'm excited to work with some of these dudes because of X, Y, and Z. And you come away with that with cornered? Yeah. Selmo, for the Browns wanted someone who could lead, develop, and grow a young team because they are going to be one of the youngest, if not the youngest team in the NFL in league in 2026. Selmo, for we appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for the super chat. They needed somebody that was outside. You know what? See, Andrew Berry is an Ivy Leaguer himself. And you know what he realized? I might need me a real one on the ground level. I think that's smart. Going outside the established corridor to find somebody that you think can motivate your team in a different way than the other guy. I think that was really smart. Reed Allen, who am I going to listen to? Emmitt Smith. I mean, if you want to listen to, hey, that goes, put me in there. Am I going to listen to Emmitt Smith, G. Bush, Bull, Jay, or Jason? Yeah, listen. Hey, let me put myself in there. Listen to Emmitt Smith. Just go ahead and listen to him. Like, it'd be funny, like, Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer. You already know what he says about him. Shedeur Sanders. Emmitt Smith, you know what he says about him. Tom Brady, you know what he says about him. Like Eric Dickerson. These are Hall of Famers. Like these guys ain't just pros or just, these guys are Hall of Famers, bro. And what are you going to say? All of them are somehow scared of Deion. Bro, these dudes is famous dudes and the greatest to be put on earth in their own right. What are you guys talking about? This is why you shouldn't let fanboys be in the game. Y'all do too much fanboying. What are you doing? Ain't nobody thinking like that, bro. That fan conversation, bro, that you use a fan. Come on, bro. I'm not thinking like that, bro. Like Eric Dickerson is scared of Coach Prime. We don't even think on that type level. We don't even be talking like that, bro. That's another thing why representation counts. You keep trying to tell us what we think about people you don't know nothing about. You don't listen to the same music. You don't dress the same. Don't come from the same place. Don't eat at the same restaurants. Don't have the same family background, upbringing, none of that. But you keep telling us what these folks is talking about. It's wild. It's crazy to me. It just is. Bottom line, G, I'm a Chicago Bears fan for 41 years. You can go to the Super Bowl with a top 20 quarterback. We won in 2005 with Rex Grossman. Yes, you did, J-Mac. Devin Hester, Lance Briggs, and Brian Urlacher. That was it. You are correct. Did y'all have David Terrell that back then too? The receiver from Michigan? Y'all had Urlacher and Briggs running that cover 2. That they were at Tampa 2. Y'all was cooking. You can get it done, bro. I saw one of the worst Super Bowls of all time with the Seahawks. We didn't watch 1 second of it. We watched, my wife wanted to watch the Super Bowl halftime show just to see what it was. She commented on that. And then the whole rest of the game was so bad, we just watched previous Super Bowl halftime shows the rest of the game. Am I lying? We say, hey, go get me the Usher one. Oh, Rihanna was on there. I forgot about when Dr. Dre was. We just watched halftime shows. The game was so bad. We just watched YouTube halftime shows. Turn the game back on, and Seattle was still winning like 6-4. Man, come on, bro. You trying to tell me the Cleveland Browns can't cook? Y'all be cracking me up with that, man. James Games 365. It's gonna be a great for the Sanders family, especially after going through the fire last year. You clearly see God using the testimony of the Sanders family to display his glory. Hashtag Skull Buffs, perfect timing, hashtag New Cleveland. James, we appreciate you. That's why I always tell people, bro. That's why I tell people, we got to stop getting caught up on the word humble, bro. We got to look at it from a standpoint of, I'm not going to be mad at nobody that God used. If he didn't tell the Pharaoh, the Pharaoh had his heart hardened. How many times did the Pharaoh say, let my people go? How many times did he kept telling them, let my people go? How many plagues did the Pharaoh have to get before he let him out of Egypt? And then he still didn't let him out. He chased behind him after he said, I changed my mind. All of those plagues, all of them works and signs was to show people the true glory of what was going on. The story is you going through the fire to show other people certain things. So I always tell people, nothing happened that God didn't let happen. Don't get mad at Kevin Stefanski or whoever the case may be. God uses whoever he wants to get his story told. And the story is going to go how he said it's going to go. The thing that you need to understand is, what lesson do I get from it? And what do I do moving forward? Because guess what it shows? More than anything, it don't do nothing for us. The story was for him, to show him truly who was in charge. See, sometimes you got to take the self out of it. I get it. You don't want to go through it. I get it. You don't. But guess what? I'm sure that a mother don't want to carry a baby for 9 months. I'm sure after the first trimester, when they walking around and their feet swollen and they got to go to the bathroom every 5 minutes and they got cravings and cramps and all kinds, I'm sure they would say, hurry up and get this baby out my body because I'm ready for the baby to come. But it don't work that way, because anything past them 9 months, it puts the baby in jeopardy. So timing is perfect. You're going to have to go through some things during the pregnancy, but guess what? That's part of it. But the joy that you get from seeing the baby after going through the process, that's where it hits you, of the miraculous nature of perfect timing. Anything short of that, there's complications. Anything short of that, you might be in trouble as a mother and be sick. So, yeah, you can't microwave where God gonna take you, and no matter what your flesh tell you, oh yeah, I should be able to do this, and I don't want it to happen. Nah. Even God in the garden prayed and said, Lord, could you take this burden away? He was feeling the pressure. So if he feels pressure and he's him, what you think a regular person gonna feel? It's normal, and you got to go through it. Mr. CMB 1313. The difference this year regarding the rep conversation is that we have NFL tape on both Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur. Last year was getting both of them ready. This year is based off what. There you go. Hey, you see how we formulate our conversations early? There you go. See, it's levels to this. This is why we prepare each other. When the talking point comes, the difference between the two conversations is we have fire and trials that we see. We have data. We have a 365 4-touchdown afternoon from Shedeur Sanders. We have none of the such from Dillon Gabriel. What are we talking about? We've had come from behind wins with Shedeur Sanders, more wins. Sarita, I'm looking forward to Monken shutting down the Cleveland media. Popcorn will be ready. We're going to be ready over here, man. Make sure, hit that like button, hit that subscribe. The fact that there's 2,000 people in here, and I've been talking for what, 3.5 hours? That's crazy work. Testament to you guys. You are slightly incorrect. Barbarian was a Greek term explaining outsiders that didn't speak Greek languages through Mark Antony did, though Mark Antony did love Egypt. Now, I will say this. The word barbarians, they do use that. Like you go back through, you know, in the Gauls and some of the Vikings and some of those the people, those warring cultures, they use that as a way, in a sense, to demonize what outsiding cultures were at the time. But if you want to look at the word barbarian, like that's, you take a look at Egyptian culture and the sophistication that they had in building pyramids. You take a look at the Vikings, who had some of the best navigating tools in the world at the time. They were the first people in one of the first groups of people from Europe to go and visit North America, and they did it in longboats. They did it, the Polynesians, in terms of what they were able to do in small boats, navigating all across the Pacific Ocean. That, by the way, the Pacific Ocean is so doggone big that if you turn the globe a certain way, you would see nothing but facing oceans on one side of the planet. So the word barbarian is used lightly, but it also is used out of context, because some of those people that were deemed barbarians came up with the greatest inventions of all time. David Nightcap said G. Bush missed 1 mil in workouts. He lost $1 million. Yeah, Miles Garrett did. Now here's the thing. Like if say for like, what would you tell me? What would you tell me if I missed, like, say I got $1 million a show and I just didn't go to the show because I just didn't want to go? What would you say? Now Rosie gonna have me go to work. She would be like, she's an accountant. She'd be like, nah, she don't she don't like me missing no work. You will go to UCSS today, and you will do Barbershop tonight too. She ain't gonna like. But Miles Garrett, shout out to him. I think he got it. He ain't hurting. He ain't hurting. Erskine Bevel, thank you so much for becoming a member. We appreciate you. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much. A beautiful day in the land to be a Browns fan. Selmo, for thank you. I appreciate it. It's always good. It's a beautiful day on a Saturday anytime I get to talk to y'all. Sweeter Allen says, see you aunties in the building. We always support Shedeur, the media. People who hate on us wish they had 10% of the support we get. Now, actually, be truthful. It's actually something to marvel at, because sometimes in our Black community, in our culture in general, we don't do a good job of supporting one another. And the level of support that they not only show Shedeur, but the level of support that they show this show is tremendous. I never let that be. It's tremendous. And y'all pull up at every place, and y'all stand on business everywhere y'all be at. And to have that group of people, it's a blessing. I always told people, from a standpoint, if you got 10,000 loyal people, people's like, I want 100,000 subscribers. Now give me 5,000 solid people that I know gonna roll with you. I'll take 5,000 over 100,000 any day that be fair weather. Selmo, for like the Black Eagle, Joe Madison always says, what are you going to do about it? That's it. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? People can talk about all you want. What you gonna do about it? Go put that work in. It's time to get to it. You, Earl, and Ty should do a regular weekly takes with Money Main. The chemistry and y'all cooking together would be legendary. # New Cleveland. Royce Medinas, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Listen, we got a lot of things. You know, I'm trying to make the Barbershop a place where you can pull up And you don't never know what you see. I don't just say it. You never know what I'm gonna show up or who I'm gonna bring on. I like that excitement level to be like, oh dang, G Bush talking to that person too. I was just watching that person. That's my favorite thing, bro. That's what I like to do. And we're gonna continue to make them collaborations happen. Don Hall says, Coach Prime used one word, believe. Do you believe? Do you? Greg Castellanos, G. Bush cuts it fresh today, speaking positivity and success into our football franchise. By the way, Master Tigers won that Division II basketball state champion. By the way, shout out to them. Come on, McKinley. Bulldogs. Shout out to Harold Fannin Jr. He a former Bulldog too. Massillon got that. They got a football championship. They didn't got that basketball one. Listen, I don't hate. I congratulate. I like the way. If you want to look at a school, them is our rival, right? But the way they do it big time. They do it big time. They're gonna have 70. They treat their stuff. It's a fact. People say, G. Bush, why you take it so personally about football? I said, bro, you know where I come from? I come from the Massillon-McKinley rivalry, the oldest one in the country. They used to bet on that at the sports books. We shut the city down. We had the Massillon-McKinley parade. We was on multiple movies and documentaries. Like, we sell out the stadium. It's going to be 24-25. Back when I was playing, it was life and death. Like, you might as well have it, right? But that's the crazy thing about it. That's how indoctrinated football is. When you go to Massillon, they give everybody, when you in a crib, everybody get a football. If you're a boy, you grew up in Massillon, Ohio, that's what they is. They didn't have people that's boosters, old people, 90 years old out here. That football means something, bro. FYI, I repeat the things not because I'm old. I just have a good memory, and I hold grudges. I'll get better when Shedeur gets a chance to show them what we know now. And it's okay. We just listen. The Lord be working with me too, Miss Bell. He be working with me. I ain't all forgiving. I'm just glad I didn't have to go to counseling for it. Sometimes, my wife would tell me I'm a grudge holder. I get what you're saying. We're gonna work with you. The Lord knows our shortcomings. But winning changes a lot, right? And boy, we come out here and get these dubs, they're gonna have a problem. Some motherfucker, yo, G. Bush, I got a chance to visit you and Earl, visit the school you and Earl went to at the Ohio Media School. Thanks for the advice. I'm going to tap in and get to work. I have anything to do with the new Cleveland media. We coming. Hey, I tell you what, I think I met my man. We met my man over, we met my guy over at, where was we at? Sweet Pork Wilson's. And I think he pulled up and said, yo, G. Bush, how can I get into the game? Can I get into the game? What is it? And I said, bro, ain't never too late. You can be 100 years old, you be 5 years old. It's a testament. I went to Ohio Media School. Earl went to Ohio Media School. Emmett went to Ohio Media School. There's a lot of people that went to Ohio Media School. It's just about what the work you're gonna put in. Like I said, if you determined to make it, you put God first, bro, you gonna make it. They just took people, and it's no right way to do it. It's just about whether or not you determined to do it. A man that's determined, you can't do nothing about it, bro. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm glad you following what you want to do. And that's it. It don't matter. Follow what you want to do and put your head down and go to work. I'm telling you, you can get it. Alexander Gallant, the Browns will will win the AFC North Division title in 2026. And I need everybody to put that thumbs up on that in the chat. I need a thumbs up on that. Mr. Johnson says, I hope Todd Monken uses Bond like Zay Flowers. Oh, Mr. Johnson, it seems that you've been peeking through my windows. Not literally, but coming up we might do that next week. I'm going to tell you exactly why, if you're a receiver for the Cleveland Browns, you should be excited, because I'm going to tell you exactly the way they're going to use him. And Zay Flowers is an example. So if you want to get that, You want to see it? You want to envision how guys is going to be used, Mr. Johnson? We're going to have a film breakdown. This is every week. I didn't just give you the film breakdown today. I'm giving it to you every single week. This week was how we used the tight end in the pass and run game. Next week, it could be how we use the bunch formation. It could be used in terms of how you use these motions and spreads. And man, come on, man. We about to cook. I'm excited. Toy Soldiers by Martica was a great song. Yes, it was. Jimmy Haslam's grandkids came to a game with 12 jerseys. I rest my case. Men's melanated. That was yeah. When he started talking, like, right. And I want people to understand, because we live in a fishbowl in a bubble, don't get it twisted. It's a lot of people out here that support Shedeur Sanders. Like, let's not act like he got a smart, like there's old people, young people, ladies, women, mothers, fathers, grandfathers, white people, black people, Asian people. It's people. Listen, I'm married to an Asian woman, and she is a bona fide CU auntie. She's bona fide. She don't, bro. I got a little niece. She said, I said, who your favorite player? Shedeur Sanders. I said, bro, you don't even watch football. You watching Bluey all the time. You don't like, nah, I know who Shedeur Sanders is, and I need the orange jersey. G, you have Off the Record on the list. That would be a fire show. Oh, we put that Off the Record on there. Yeah, we need that too. Yeah, we need that. So first, this was Monken's only shot to coach was with the Browns. Now the new narrative is this is Shedeur's one and only shot to start. L. Rogers, you see, you see how they be. You see, why was it that when Dylan Gabriel played, no one says this is his once and only shot to play? You see how they be phrasing stuff, and they throw it out there so people. What it does is it actually signals to people out there, hey, this is what you need to be saying. I said it, so then you can back me on it, and then we can have two people that keep saying it, and then that's how we can control the narrative. No, we're not going for that. We're not going for that. We're not doing that. You spot on with that. It's his only shot. Think about that. They didn't already started saying, I don't even think he's going to be here when the new stadium started. What? What in what world would you, the man ain't even coached a game yet, has not seen the guys be on a practice field, and you're telling me he's not even going, it's crazy. L. Rogers said, I've been a football fan my whole life, diehard Niners fans, but I love to with the hashtag New Cleveland, love the barbershop, keep doing UG. How I get my shirt though, we can definitely get that. How we get that shirt? We can put that out there. Hashtag New Cleveland. We got the shirt in there. Matter of fact, if you become a member, if you guys don't know, everybody that becomes a member gets a free shirt. So shout out to everybody who is a member. We give you a birthday gift. This year is a shirt. If you become a member and your birthday passed, we still give you a shirt, right? This is the shirt you get. And it's a Nike one. It's a great one. We got Kool-Aid Mafia. We got the hashtag New Cleveland. And by the way, if you pull up today and you want to become a member, you say, all right, you pick your shirt. You want a Kool-Aid Mafia shirt? We can get you that. If you want a Barbershop shirt, we can get you that. We just showed you that. If you want the hashtag New Cleveland shirt, as a matter of fact, can we put that in the chat? We're going to put a link where you get the hashtag New Cleveland shirt. We'll put that in the chat today. It's in there. Go ahead and check that out. It's linked in there. So we do a good job. P. Ross team, Caleb Downs is there at 6. Did we take him? I think so, and take a wide receiver at 24 and a tackle in the second round. What do you think? I said earlier I did Ultimate Browns. By the way, I still do Ultimate Browns. Y'all can check that out. That's doing numbers over there. You say, I still do content everywhere. Make sure you're checking that Ultimate Browns. That episode is up. But I said that if say Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Love are gone for some reason off the board, I wouldn't have no problem taking the best defensive player. Because at that point, if I need an offensive player and I think Carnell Tate is the best receiver, and if he's gone, I wouldn't hesitate to get If you watch Georgia and you watch the way that they're able to run the football, Georgia has 4 or 5 running backs, and they rotate them. And the way he would be able to use Jeremiah Love and Quinshon Judkins would be dynamic. So I would take Jeremiah. If both of those offensive players are off the board, some White House 6, I definitely would take a guy like whoever it is, if it's Sonny Styles or Caleb Downs. And then I still could get a Denzel Boston. I could still get a Brazel if you think that's a little kind of high. And by the way, now I'm going to save that. I don't want to do too much. Beautifully Blessed became a member. We appreciate you, Beautifully Blessed. Thank you so much, and thank you, and welcome to the family. Only here for Lamar. This is amazing, G. Bush, for Cleveland fans. Head coach, no one wanted. Young quarterback, they don't want Deshaun Watson still here. Everybody has something to prove. Competition is real for the offensive side. My money is on 2. I don't know why you wouldn't be excited. You should be excited. You're a Browns fan. Jab 9237 says narrative. 1 week of prep versus 3 months. But yeah, 7 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. Worst quarterback. Meanwhile, 3 Browns records, 2 NFL ties, ESPN Hemi Award, Pro Bowler, 363 yards with rookie high, 60% of the team wins. Did it with backups. Must all be accidental. It's funny how they just seem to kind of not really acknowledge that, it was 1 game. Well, Jackson Dartford was 33 yards in 1 game. It seems that he's the quarterback. Crazy work, ain't it? Fresh Start with Kelly Michelle. I love y'all because y'all are true, and you two support other people in the orbit. I'll never forget Rosie coming in and filming my opening in my studio. We did that. We did. Shout out to Kelly Michelle. She used to do, I have a studio, and she used to do she used to do Mamba. She used to do a bunch of other dance classes. And then she was like, yo, Rosie came in and filmed it. It was dope, man. So we always trying to, look, I always tell people, your fruits. If you a tree and you ain't got no fruit, then you're not a fruit tree. Like, what you do shows. People say, I like to support, but you got to show what you're going to do. It's the fruits. BUCCSS. How funny the media believes Shedeur can't watch film when it came from the same mouth that said Dylan Gabriel was the supercomputer and gave them the best chance to win. Ain't that how it worked? That's why what I put together today was to show you that that's how it's used. They utilize those type of things to make sure that they can portray a certain narrative. Hey, G, Shedeur Sanders haters don't like the fact that when Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, and Steve Young speak on him, that it validates who Shedeur is and is crushing their ego and fake narratives. Get ready for more hate. We coming. # New Cleveland. David Walker, we appreciate the super chat. Oh, they know it. But the thing is, they can't invalidate Hall of Famers. Can't invalidate Hall of Famers. Now you really can't invalidate the coach because the coach is saying all the right things. They just gonna have to get in line. Because y'all can narrative conversate, but next week pull up because we're gonna tell you another reason why Todd Monken gonna make the offense jump. And we're gonna play it like that. And it's gonna be actual factual in real life. Fresh Start with Kelly Michelle. Thank you, Rosie. This shows how it has levels: intelligence, graphics, knowledge, teaching, receipts, culture. Keep it going. That's what we plan. That's what we try to do. More than anything, we try to give you something for everybody. You could take, even if you're not a Browns fan, you could take some of this stuff and you can use it. You can use it in your everyday life. You can use it. Neither the matrix the media lives in is ruthless and beyond delusional. They don't listen to experts, former players, or the person called logic. Where is the Sentinel Patrol? Independent medias can't take over fast enough. You know what's so funny? I like the Matrix. Sometimes I even like the fact that I be feeling like, how did Neo stop all of them Sentinels in real life? He was supposed to be in the real world after the Matrix Reloaded. How did he stop them Sentinels? Well, some people would say it's a Matrix within a Matrix. Actually, to be truthful, Zion is another control. See, the media is kind of a matrix because it's a secondary level of control. They understand that most people, like in the Matrix, would rather be fed a fake reality. They would like to be plugged into the Matrix. Remember, Cypher says, yo, I want to go back to the Matrix. I'm tired of living in Zion, eating this slop. Put me back in the Matrix. Most people will accept the Shangri-La that you give them. So they understand that the more I continue with the narratives, the more I can continue to pull the wool over your eyes. But the thing is, there are certain people that are unplugged a little bit. And it'd be cheat codes, these anomalies. You know, there's been more than one Neo before. There's been 6 to be exact. And the thing about having one of the anomalies is they can control the game a little different. See, the agents don't be tripping me up like that. I don't be worried about the little agents. Agent Smith. Now, Agent Smith, the high agents, that some would call Roger Goodell the agent. Never mind. See, this is why you can't say that. You can't say that. But I love the Matrix analogy. Because people gonna come over here, there's still a level of control, but it's still outside the matrix, so to speak. And that's what the regular internet is. Let's go with this. J-Mac. We didn't have David Terrell, but remember, we also had Peanut Punch. Hey, Peanut Tillman, bro? He an FBI agent now, right? Dead serious. He went from locking up corners to locking up gang members and all kind of drug cartels. Like he's like literally an FBI agent. It's crazy. J Tweezy 79. Shedeur is going back to number 2. Things in Cleveland are getting weird here. You're welcome, Diana. You're welcome. See, you know what? I'm gonna leave that alone. Remind me to send you a copy of the Blockade trilogy when it's done. I need that. I'm always good. I'm always ready for a great novel, great information. Nita says, please don't forget we stood together for hundreds of years. Seeing us standing for Shedeur is only foreign to them because when we pull back the covers, they don't really do that for themselves. I think what they say more times than not, what this is, and I'll throw you guys this, is I think they didn't really understand. They thought you would fold. They didn't think that you would last the barrage because they felt like they had the power to pin. They could continue to say stuff over and over and over and over again, and then that usually works. But the problem is the game changed on them a little bit. The algorithm, the sphere changed. And what they realize is that when the mediums change, like even in politics, I used to study politics, literally. When people, I found out what it was during the last presidential election, because what happened was where all the juice was the independent content that was on the internet. So when you started seeing presidential candidates show up for bloggers or show up at these live streams with these live streamers, it showed you that was the new medium. You no longer could just go on the Fox or the CNNs or the ABCs or NBCs and do regular commercials because the youth weren't looking at that. They're not tapped into that. So that just showed me, oh, there's a shift happening. There are people that are independent content creators that have more sway, and I'm not saying me, I'm just saying in general. They have more sway than independent news outlets because this is a more intimate, personal space. Like when we talk every week. We talk every day. Nita, I see your comments there. I know who Miss Bell is. I know who Beautifully Blessed is. I know who some of these, I know. Lawrence RB, like, so these are conversations. That's why this fear has changed to a point, and I think they were confused because the same tactics didn't have the same level of outcomes. It wasn't as crisp. It didn't work as well. And so I think that they were late in understanding that the climate in the media has shifted. Ms. Melanated, after 17 years at AT&T, I got a BSN at bachelor's degree at 42. Congratulations. I love that. You ain't never done. You ain't never done. And it ain't never too late to go ahead and get that together. G, I heard you jump on the mic, take a defensive player at 6. I disagree. Browns need to take the best offensive player on their board. That's only Alexander Gallant. That's only if Jeremiah Love or Cardinal Tate are both gone, which I doubt highly that they will both be gone. And it's only for said play. I wouldn't reach for, if I don't like Maui Noah, I wouldn't reach for it. And if those players are gone, chances are that means somebody would want to get Caleb Downs or Sonny Styles. That may be a trade involved. But I'm just saying, I would rather take one of them dudes than to take, I don't know, I'm not going to take Casey Concepcion. No, we're not going to do that in no top 10. David Walker says, I believe in Tate and Love are gone. Sadiq, I like Sadiq too. His comp is Shannon Sharp, 6'2", 225, wide receiver. He's drafted, and he was one of the best in the league. Sadiq can move, man. So about the only thing I like with Oregon. You know, Dan Lanning is not good on my side. I don't mess with Dan Lanning. But Sadiq is a beast. And we just showed you the packages with 2 tight ends. I mean, him and Fannin, stop. My wife bought me a 12 jersey for my birthday the other day. Now I got to get a brown and orange gear to coordinator, Mr. Johnson. We appreciate you. Shout out to your wife for holding you down and getting everything together, man. That's a nice gift. Only Here for Lamar became a member. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Welcome to the family. Big Larry 19641. Sadiq and Fanning would be dangerous combination. Remind me of Gronk and Hernandez. They was terrorizing people back then too. They was terrorizing, and they still had like Wes Welker and Edelman, Julian Edelman and them dudes. I don't know. They was cooking. And Sapper Daddy, I just can't believe that Miles trade talk is being pushed. No other team in media does this crazy stuff. Houston never talked about trading Watt ever. Well, the reason they do is because they don't think that they are interested in the Browns winning. They're just talking. They might watch other teams. But I will say this. Thank you guys so much. We've been on for 4 hours. I talked about a lot of things, and we did our thing. We want to appreciate that 2,000 people stayed for 4 hours. Thank you for every one of the 77 super chats. Thank you for becoming a part of the Barbershop. If you became a member, don't forget to hit us up, fifthdimensionmedia1@gmail.com. Hit us up. Let us know what shirt you want. Hit us up. Let us know where to send it, and hit us up. You know your name, your size, and we will get that out to you. If you want to become a member, you get one of the shirts, you get part of our members only content, and you get a lot of perks from doing that, and the film reviews coming and a lot of other things. So make sure you guys check that out. It's month to month. It's not anything that you got to take forever. Hey, if you just want to wait to the film review and get back in and come back out, whatever the case may be, it's all love. And by the way, the number one way you can show love is just by supporting. Put a comment, put a like, and interact with the content. That's good enough. With that being said, you never know where G. Bush might show radio, television, internet, but if you're on a fresh cut on sports, I keep the Clippers with me. Have a good rest of your Saturday. And as always, you know how we give it up. Go Browns.